Hello everyone, and welcome back. Before we dive in, I thought it would be fun if you could leave a comment letting me know where you're listening from around the world. Also, if you're enjoying the episodes, don't forget to like and subscribe. Now, let's get comfy, relax, and begin. Before I dive into my story, I want to make it clear that I've always been the good guy. My name's Alex, and kindness was my middle name. I steered clear of trouble. No drinking, no smoking, no wild parties, and I kept things clean with the ladies. So, as you listen to what happened, keep in mind this was a time when I was really questioning everything about life and myself. Now here's where things start. You see, I've always liked both girls and guys. It's not something you'd notice about me, and unless I mentioned it, you'd probably have no clue. It was only a handful of guys that caught my eye. And after some online reading a few years ago, I realized it was okay to feel this way. To be honest, I'd never been with a guy before. I was quite shy, struggled with making friends and forming relationships, so naturally I turned to the internet and set up a couple of dating profiles. Initially, my search was all about finding a girl. Sure, the idea of dating a guy crossed my mind, but the thought of facing judgment held me back. We weren't exactly living in a place known for its openness, so sticking to dating girls seemed like the safer choice. But trying to find a good match among women turned out to be more frustrating than I anticipated. The women I met online were far from what I was looking for. I ended up swiping right on just about anyone, only to match with women I didn't find attractive, single mothers, or women who just didn't seem serious. It might sound harsh, but the women on these sites didn't seem like quality people, and the ones who did never responded to my messages. Now, I'm not saying I'm the hottest guy around, but I'm not bad-looking either. I thought I'd at least find someone on my level. Clearly, I was mistaken. There was this one time I got really excited because a woman agreed to go out with me. She was beautiful, no kids. Seemed perfect. Then came the night of our date, and she texted me about her car breaking down, asking for $500 for repairs, promising to pay me back. I blocked her immediately and decided to take a break from women. That's when I thought, why not try something new? So I made a profile on Grindr. Honestly, I had nothing left to lose at this point. I figured there had to be some good guys around, someone who could be more than just a temporary fix until I found the right person for a serious relationship. The very night I set up my Grindr profile, I matched with a guy who was exactly my type. Tall, strong, and confident. We decided to skip the usual dinner date and jumped straight into more personal activities. It was an amazing night, and I was surprised at how much I enjoyed it. Before I knew it, I was hooked on the thrill of one-night stands with guys. As the months flew by, I found myself living for the weekends, sometimes even sneaking in encounters during the week. Then, I met Fred. Despite his harmless-sounding name, Fred was the most dangerous person I'd ever crossed paths with. Fred had a thing for role-playing, which was new and odd to me. He was incredibly controlling, and for some reason I just couldn't refuse him. He was demanding and cruel, making me feel worthless. After giving him my number, we started seeing each other regularly. He insisted that I shouldn't meet anyone else, only him. Looking back, I wonder if he was drugging me. It's the only explanation for why I always gave in to him. Things got worse quickly. Our activities began to turn dark and extreme. The kind you might stumble upon in the deepest corners of the internet and wish you hadn't. I remember being choked until I passed out, unable to speak or resist. When I tried to tell him that this wasn't for me, he didn't care. And then he demanded something unthinkable. He wanted me to harm an animal. It was as if he had programmed me to obey him, and I almost did it. In a moment of clarity, I hit him and ran. I blocked his number and did everything I could to avoid him. He didn't give up easily, showing up at my workplace a few times, but I stood my ground. I told him I was done with men, especially him. Reflecting on all of this, it's clear how traumatic it was, a fact I only realized afterward. He was manipulating me through roleplay, and the fear that he might do the same to someone else haunts me. I attempted to report him to the police but lacked evidence. Last month I got a restraining order against him, hoping that would be the end of it. The entire ordeal escalated so quickly, and it's made me reconsider everything about dating. I've decided that from now on I might only consider dating women if I decide to date at all. In March, I met a guy on Tinder. Let's call him Tom. Tom was very sweet at first, and I, being someone who trusts easily, felt safe with him. I was living alone in my college dorm, so I invited him over. When we met, I didn't notice anything wrong, except he seemed to like me more quickly than normal. But since I often doubt myself, his attention felt really nice. I won't hide it. We ended up sleeping together that night, and he visited 2 more times. He had to move back to California soon after we met. I've always wanted to move to California, so I wasn't upset. A few days after he moved, I told him I smoked, and his reaction was a big warning sign. It wasn't his dislike for smoking that bothered me, but his saying he couldn't talk to me anymore because of it. I felt very close to him, and his words hurt me, even made me cry a bit. I got angry, told him off, and blocked him. Before Tom, I had a friend I'd hang out with sometimes, and after Tom left, I invited this friend over, hoping to forget Tom's hurtful words. But Tom started texting and saying sorry, claiming he just wanted to see how I'd react. My ex had played similar mind games, so I saw Tom's behavior as a bad sign. Yet he wouldn't stop calling and texting. I tried to ignore him, especially since my friend was over, but after my friend fell asleep, I ended up responding to Tom. I'm too kind sometimes, so I decided to give him another chance. The very next night, I found myself at a party with a friend. Let's call her Sarah. In a moment of openness, I shared with Sarah the whole ordeal with Tom and how mean he had been, including all the red flags from before. Sarah immediately understood it was a dangerous situation for me. She took my phone and helped me block Tom on all platforms. It felt like the right thing to do. But when we got back to my room, I noticed texts and calls from a new number. I answered, and it was Tom. I was in tears, texting Sarah about everything, and how I just couldn't bring myself to hang up. Sarah came to pick me up again, and she took my phone to tell Tom he was being creepy and needed to stop contacting me. But Tom kept saying he loved me and would see me next Tuesday when he returned to our town. I was scared. No matter how much I asked him to leave me alone, he wouldn't listen. Sarah and I blocked the new number, but then another unknown number started calling and texting. It was Tom again, using different numbers, and even finding me on social media platforms like WhatsApp, Instagram, and Facebook. This situation was terrifying. We kept blocking him, and for a short while he stopped. Sarah suggested I email my residential advisor about Tom threatening to visit me, which I did. I asked to meet the RA in person. Over the next few days, I had to block 9 phone numbers and multiple social media accounts from Tom. Finally, I talked to my RA, who involved the housing manager, and eventually, a police officer got involved. The officer couldn't do much since Tom was in another state, but he warned him over the phone to leave me alone. Tom promised to stop contacting me, and for about 12 hours, he did. I moved to a new dorm building for safety, and everyone was on the lookout for Tom. However, Tom continued his attempts to contact me with more phone numbers. My anxiety was through the roof. My friends were always by my side, making sure I was never alone. Then, for a while, Tom stopped. But about a month and a half ago, he tried to reach out again using a new number. I was starting to feel safer again, until that moment. I had to block several more numbers that night. I haven't heard from Tom since then, but unknown numbers still make me anxious. Tom, if by any chance you're listening to this, please, I'm begging you, leave me alone forever. About 7 years back, something happened to me, and I've kept quiet about it until now. I want to share what happened so people understand the risks of meeting strangers from the internet. I was supposed to meet a man from an app, maybe OkCupid or something similar, but I don't think it was Tinder. His profile made him look like any other guy. Back then, I was a 21-year-old woman with a fuller figure. I grew up in a tiny town, making it tough to meet new folks. I'm not the outgoing type, so using apps to meet people was my go-to method. I figured, what's the worst that could happen? We sent a few messages back and forth and eventually shared phone numbers. He asked me to come to the house he was renting. It was around midday or noon when I went, so it didn't seem odd at the time, but the town was so quiet, probably because most people were at work. I arrived at the address he gave me after finding a spot to park on the street. The house was small and unassuming. The house didn't look scary from the outside. As I walked up, the man came out to greet me without waiting for me to knock. He didn't welcome me inside, and when I entered, the house seemed almost empty, as if no one really lived there, more like it was used for storing old stuff. Everything was covered with sheets except for an air mattress lying in one corner. He could tell I felt out of place and suggested we go for a walk. So we wandered around the neighborhood, which felt deserted. We ended up sitting at a baseball field nearby, barely speaking. Suddenly, he pushed me to the ground. I struggled, thinking I could push him off, but I wasn't strong enough, and he started pulling at my clothes. I wanted to scream but couldn't. Somehow I broke free from his grasp and ran across the field, fixing my pants as I went. I sprinted to my car, drove away as fast as I could, and thankfully he didn't follow. I never told the police. I was too upset to even think about it. Later, driven by some foolish courage, I returned to the house and saw some men out front. They looked dangerous and unwelcoming. I asked about the man who had attacked me, but they claimed they didn't know him and that nobody lived there. They tried to approach me, possibly to drag me out of my car, but I drove away fast. I still don't understand why I went back. Maybe I was looking for some proof or closure. I reported his online profile, but it was as if he didn't exist. It was like chasing a ghost. Just like many have advised before, always be cautious about meeting strangers from the internet. Always meet in public places. It's better to be safe than sorry. This story is one of the scariest things that ever happened to me, and it was also the time I felt the most danger, even if I didn't know it while it was happening. I am a 19-year-old girl living not too far from a medium-sized city in Virginia. Even though a big city is just about 40 minutes away by car, where I live feels very empty and far from everything. During this time, I was studying at a local college to become a nurse. Like many young women who haven't yet found a boyfriend or husband, I decided to try dating apps on the internet. I was a bit scared to do it, but I didn't like going to parties much, and I didn't know any guys I liked, so using Tinder seemed like the right choice. At first, it didn't go well at all. The first month, all I got were offers for one-night stands and messages from creepy men wanting to do bad things. A few men tried to seem charming, but it was clear they just wanted to sleep with me. The only good thing from all this was that I made $50 by selling pictures of my feet. You might laugh, but $50 is still $50. Eventually, I realized I had to either lower my standards or find another way to meet someone. I decided to take a chance on one of the guys who seemed less weird. He didn't tell me much about himself, but he seemed nice. He said he had a job, came from a good family, and had finished college. We met at a coffee shop in my town and got along right away. We clicked instantly. He was kind, ambitious, and smart. These were all things I was looking for in a guy, and he looked much better in person than in his profile picture, which was surprising. Later, we drove around in his car for a few hours, just talking. What did we talk about, you ask? Conspiracy theories. As soon as we were alone, he started talking like a crazy person about conspiracy theories. When he first mentioned the government listening to our talks, I joked, saying something like, "Okay, Alex Jones." He didn't find my joke funny, and things got a bit awkward for a while. But then he went back to talking about the government and aliens. Honestly, I found some of what he said interesting because it seemed a bit true. However, some of his ideas didn't make sense. It was as if he could connect point A to point B, but then he'd jump from B to X without any reason. Eventually, we changed the subject, and things felt normal for a bit. We started sharing about our past relationships and other personal stuff. That's when I felt a strange connection to him. Even though he was a bit odd, I felt like I was becoming close to him. After 2 or 3 times going out together, I started to ask people about him. I'm not one to listen to rumors, but I like to know who I'm spending time with. Most of the people in town that I talked to said they had never heard of him. This was strange because he lived here and you'd think someone would know him. The few who did know him had weird stories. One story went like this. He had once rented a place above a beauty shop in town. According to the story, one day he got very angry, stomping around and shouting. It didn't sound like he was just mad. It seemed like he was convincing himself to do something. And what was he shouting? "Kill them! Kill them!" It sounded too strange to be true. I couldn't believe it was the same guy I knew. Yes, he had odd ideas, especially about conspiracy theories, but he seemed normal otherwise. I kept thinking about this story during our next few dates, trying to see if he could really act like that. I just couldn't believe it. But I was so wrong. One Friday night, after I finished all my homework for the weekend, he sent me a message. He wanted me to come over. I really didn't want to. I was exhausted from school and wanted to spend the night alone. I put down my phone and went to take a shower. When I came back, I had 53 missed calls. I was scared something terrible had happened, like something had happened to my mom. But all the missed calls were from him. My texts were full of messages from him, all saying the same thing in capital letters. I need your help right now. Not sure what to do next, I called him back. He picked up the phone right away, sounding very scared and worried. He explained that he thought someone had broken into his house because he heard a loud noise like a door being smashed open. He had been feeling this way for about half an hour. I told him if he hadn't found anyone by now, maybe there was nobody there. It seemed clear to me. But he was sure someone was inside. He said after hearing the loud noise, he found a door wide open. He believed whoever did it was still inside, hiding and waiting to attack him when he least expected it. I started to doubt his mental state. It was hard to believe his story about the door. I wondered if he might be losing his mind. He kept insisting I come over to help him. But I'm just a young woman, not a superhero. What was I supposed to do? I decided I wanted nothing more to do with him. I blocked him on everything, hoping the problem would just go away. I tried to distract myself with a movie, The Lion King, and some ice cream. Then, my mom asked me to buy her some cigarettes. I had to drive past his house to get to the store. I didn't think he would do anything crazy, but the thought of being near his place made me uneasy. As I drove by, I saw police cars everywhere. My heart sank. Guilt washed over me, thinking maybe someone did try to break into his house. I stopped and walked towards the scene, asking a police officer what happened. He said the man living there had taken his mother hostage with a gun. I couldn't believe it. He wasn't the victim. He was the perpetrator. I rushed back to my car and drove off fast. That night shook me deeply, making me wonder what could have happened if I had gone to his house. Luckily, nobody was hurt, and the police arrested him after 3 days. He's in prison now. It was the most terrifying experience of my life, yet I still use Tinder. When I turned 15, I was a big fan of anime. There was this website I used to watch anime, and it had a chat feature where you could talk to others watching the same show. This chat was part of a promotion by a dating site. I signed up for the dating site, wanting to make some friends. I had just moved to a new place and didn't know anyone since it was summer break and school hadn't started. I met some cool people there. One of them is still my friend, and I'm going to his wedding soon. But then there was Alex. Alex said he was 16. He was into art, anime, writing stories, dressing up as anime characters, and the same music I liked. We started talking a lot, and after 5 months, around the end of November, we decided to be in a relationship. Alex always asked for my pictures, just normal ones of my face. But when I asked for his, he'd say his phone camera was broken. I found that strange, but I tried not to worry about it too much. I found out more about him, like how he spent a lot of time on adult websites and other stuff, which I didn't mind. But then he started asking for inappropriate pictures of me, and wanted to do things in chat that made me uncomfortable. I didn't send him any pictures or go along with his chats, and I told him I didn't like it. He stopped talking to me for a while, but about a week before Christmas, he messaged me again. That's when I first saw someone taking pictures of my house. I told my mom, but she didn't take it seriously. I saw him again on Christmas in a different car. I told my mom, but nothing changed. He snapped a few more photos, and this time my mom called the cops. Before they got there, she came into my room and saw me chatting with Alex. She took my laptop right away and grounded me, warning me about the dangers. When the police came, she explained everything, including my chats with Alex. The officer wrote down what I said and promised to keep an eye on our area. A few days later, the man came back, and I got a clear look at him. The next morning, my dad showed me a website with lots of men's faces. On the 5th page, I recognized him. We told the police. My dad explained the man was known to them already. Later, another officer came and said the man didn't own the cars I mentioned. so they couldn't investigate him further. I was sure it was him, but we were told they needed more evidence to act. The next day, we found our dog dead on the porch, a plastic bag over his head and his neck broken. My parents thought it was an accident, but I wasn't convinced. We buried our dog, and about a week later, the same police officer came back to tell us the man had run away. He was wanted for other crimes. They searched his house, close to ours, and found photos of our place, some taken inside. There were pictures of me sleeping, with him touching my face and worse. They found our chats on his computer. He was 57, not the age he told me. I won't say his real name to keep my privacy. He's still missing, maybe out of the country. I'm scared all the time now and have PTSD. What they say about online strangers is true. Don't trust people you meet online without seeing them face to face. And never share personal info if you haven't seen them on camera. Seriously, just don't. I usually just read stories here, but thought it might be time to share mine. I've never talked about this with anyone, not my family or friends. It's been 10 years holding on to this, and I think it's time to share. Maybe there's something to learn from what happened to me. So here's my story. I'm 27 now, but this all happened when I was 17 and just starting college. I was excited for a new beginning because high school wasn't great for me. I was the shy, nerdy type and had never dated anyone. College didn't change me much. I was still shy and didn't meet many guys. One night, I got a friend request on MSN from a username that looked like it could be from someone with a background similar to mine. Curious, I accepted it. Let's call him Ken for this story. When I asked how he found me, he didn't really answer. I didn't think much of it. Back then, adding anyone as a friend seemed okay. We started chatting and soon found out we lived in the same city and had similar backgrounds. He said he was from India, just like me. He didn't have a photo of himself online, which led to him suggesting we use our webcams. I was hesitant, but eventually agreed. I was relieved to see Ken was a normal-looking guy my age. Our chats went on for weeks, moving to texts and phone calls. I started to like him. He asked me out a few times, but I was always busy. Finally, we set a date for lunch. He offered to pick me up in his car after my class. I dressed up a bit, excited for my first date. We planned to go to a vegetarian place. I didn't tell my friends about the date because I felt embarrassed. A black car with dark windows pulled up. It was Ken. He looked good, but the car smelled strongly of smoke, which caught me off guard. Despite feeling uneasy about the smoke, I got in when he opened the door. As soon as I sat down, he put his hand on my thigh. I moved away, feeling nervous. I asked if he knew where the restaurant was, offering to help direct him. He just smirked and drove off. After Ken stopped messaging me, I thought he had moved on. But things didn't end there. He had once asked me late at night to come over, even offering to send a cab. His assurance of no sex, I promise, just made me feel sick. I didn't reply. He kept trying to reach out for months, then suddenly stopped. I hoped that was the end, but it wasn't. I didn't hear from Ken after February. His silence continued past Valentine's Day. In April, I visited a relative, let's call her Anne, in the Caribbean. Anne was very spiritual and had strong ties to India. During our stay, Anne introduced us to her friend Connie from India, via Skype. Connie seemed nice at first, but we were unaware of the chaos she would soon bring into our lives. Connie turned out to be a criminal, targeting my family before Anne even met her. Her chance meeting with Anne was a setup. She stole a huge sum from us and destroyed our sense of security. When we confronted her, she denied everything, then vanished. This chaos connected back to Ken in a way I never expected. During the ordeal with Connie, she stayed with us, pressuring me to change schools and asking inappropriate personal questions. I was too stressed to notice anything else. After Connie disappeared, I received a call from an unknown number, which turned out to be Ken. My shock was indescribable, realizing he was part of this twisted plot. I couldn't prove Ken and Connie were working together, but too many things added up strangely. When Ken called me out of nowhere, I was scared and angry. I warned him I'd call the police if he ever tried to contact me again. His reply was a creepy laugh, and then he hung up. I felt sure they were trying to worm their way back into my life, but thankfully Ken never contacted me again. Later, talking with a family member deeply involved in the situation, She confessed her fears about Connie's insistence on sending me to an obscure school in the US. She feared it was all a plot related to human trafficking, and I might never return if I went. That conversation made everything click for me. I remembered Ken's odd promise of no sex, and Connie's advice to stay a virgin. It dawned on me that Ken might have been part of Connie's scheme, perhaps to keep me isolated. We never went to the police about Connie or Ken because on the surface, nothing clearly illegal had happened. It's hard to explain. After everything, I tried searching for Ken online, but found nothing. It was as if he never existed. I can't help but feel I wanted to expose him, but there was nothing to go on. This story might seem confusing. It's hard to tell without giving away too much detail or names. My hope is that it serves as a warning. Be cautious about who you trust, especially online. I've become wary of spiritual organizations since then, although I know they might mean a lot to others. But for me, after this experience, they're not something I can accept. So stay safe out there. And to Ken and Connie, if our paths ever cross again, I won't hold back. These days, talking to someone new is super easy. Just grab your phone, download an app, and there you are. You can check out all the single people near you without even leaving your bed. But about a year ago, I had an experience that made me rethink the whole online dating thing. Back then, I was 21 and pretty bored with how things were going in my life. One evening, while looking through a very popular dating app, I came across a profile. He was tall, had dark hair, bright blue eyes, and a great smile. Seemed perfect. We hit it off right away and decided to meet up for dinner and maybe watch a movie at his place afterward. I know, going to someone's house on the first date isn't the best idea, but I was feeling adventurous. I took a quick shower, put on my comfiest outfit, my go-to sneakers, spritzed some of my favorite scent, and I was out the door. He lived in a big house, which seemed pretty fancy and right for someone with his job. So, I didn't doubt he was who he claimed to be. I reached his door and knocked. In a few seconds, this incredibly good-looking guy opened the door, and we just clicked right away. We were seeing each other for about a month when one day, out of the blue, he turned to me and said, "Can I tell you something?" "Sure, what's up?" I responded, curious about what he had to say. He looked me straight in the eyes, very serious, and said, "When I first saw you on that app, I actually thought about killing you, but then I decided not to." He was holding my hand as he said this. Chills ran down my spine. I realized he wasn't joking. I was frozen with fear, couldn't speak, couldn't move. He leaned in closer and whispered, Are you okay?" That's when I snapped back to reality. I grabbed my things, ran out of his place, blocked his number, and deleted the app from my phone. I never want to meet someone like him again. During the lockdown, I started using Tinder to meet new people. Most of my matches didn't lead anywhere. Until recently, I matched with a girl, let's call her Anna. We chatted on Tinder for quite some time, and then she suggested moving the conversation to Snapchat. Thinking it might be more fun, I agreed and shared my Snapchat with her. After adding each other, Anna immediately asked if she could visit me to hang out. I kindly refused because I had just met her, and I wasn't interested in rushing things. Anna seemed annoyed by my refusal and kept insisting on coming over. I repeatedly told her I wasn't looking for that kind of thing at the moment. She went quiet for a bit. Then about 10 minutes later, she sent a message that read, "I'll see you soon." Confused, I replied, asking what she meant. After half an hour, I received a Snapchat from her. It was a photo of a streetlight on a dark road. It was past midnight, and I wondered why she was outside. When I asked what she was doing, she sent another photo. This time, it was of a baseball field at night. I stared at the picture, trying to figure out why it looked so familiar. Then it hit me. The reason it felt familiar was that it was the field right across from my house. I quickly messaged her, telling her to stop. She saw the message, started typing, then stopped. After a few minutes, I thought she had left. Curious, I peeked out my window to check if she was still there. I noticed the dark shapes of what seemed like 3 people standing near a car. As I watched from behind my blinds, a light suddenly shone on me, and someone from the group shouted, "There he is!" I quickly shut my blinds and curtains and double-checked all the locks on my doors. Then there was knocking at my door, followed by a woman's voice screaming, "Open up now!" Panicking, I called the police, asking for help as soon as possible. Our town is small, with few police officers. The station informed me that the officers had just handled another call but would drive by shortly. I shouted through the door that the police were on their way. A moment later, I heard a car speeding away. I peeked out again to see the car had disappeared just as the police arrived. They came to my door, and I explained everything. Unfortunately, I had no evidence of the encounter. I thanked the officers as they left, and then secured every door and window before heading to my room. I decided to check my Snapchat to understand how Anna found my address. This story began in the hot months of 1998. After finishing my second year in college, I decided to try out Yahoo Personals. I sent replies to some posts and started talking to a few girls. But after a while, some of these chats just stopped. I guessed maybe they found someone else or just weren't interested anymore. There was one post that really caught my eye, though. The girl's username was Shy Girl, and it had some strange numbers behind it. We were about 2 hours away from each other. She seemed really into me, saying I was different from the guys she's talked to, and that she really wanted to get to know me. We started emailing and using Yahoo Messenger to chat quite often, but she talked about sex a lot, sharing her experiences. It felt like she wasn't that interested in getting to know me first. It's not that I was against getting close to her, but we hadn't even met yet, and talking about this felt too soon. Honestly, it made me feel uneasy, but I didn't say anything and just kept chatting. We shared some photos by email, and she seemed to like mine, but the photo she sent looked really old. Once, she sent me a file that my computer said was a virus, so I didn't open it. I did talk to her about the virus thing, but she didn't reply to that at all. This should have made me suspicious. We started talking about things we liked, including stuff related to sex. We also talked about meeting in person. She mentioned she had a guy friend who passed by my area a lot. She wanted me to meet him for some sexual reasons, to see if I was good for her. This was a huge warning sign. Why did I need to meet some guy to get to her? What was his plan with me? It all sounded very strange. I told her I wasn't okay with that, and it made me uncomfortable. She said it was fine, and asked if I would meet him at a local Walmart. He was supposed to bring me a pair of her underwear. I agreed, but I never planned to actually do it. This was too weird, and I was losing interest fast. By August, the day came to meet this guy at Walmart. I told her again I wasn't into it. We talked a bit more and decided to just stay chat friends on Messenger. But I ended up blocking her not long after, and never heard from her again. I'm so relieved I never gave her my phone number or address. I shudder to think what might have happened if I'd met her friend at Walmart. What was really odd was that, when I tried to look her up, I found nothing. I had no idea who I was really talking to. Luckily, a few months later, I met someone else on Yahoo Personals. We ended up getting married, so sometimes online dating can work out. But let this be a caution to everyone. Always trust your instincts. This story is really scary, but every word is true. A few months back, I made a decision to join Tinder. I put up some photos of me looking good and started looking through other people's profiles. Not long after, I matched with a very handsome guy. We got to talking. He was smart, looked great, and had really nice manners. It almost didn't seem real to me how perfect he was. But after we talked for a week, he suggested we meet, and I was happy to say yes. We agreed to meet at a restaurant in town that I knew about. I got there on time, but he hadn't arrived yet. I must have waited around 20 minutes when this old man came up to me. He asked, "Hey, can I sit here, dear?" I told him, "I'm waiting for someone, sir." "Yes, I know. I'm the father of Joe," he replied. "His dad? But where's Joe?" Right then, the man got really angry and started yelling, "You witch! You're all the same! Am I not good enough for you? Come on, I'll take you to your precious Joe." He grabbed my arm and tried to drag me out of the restaurant. Luckily, a waitress close by saw what was happening and helped me. The man let go then. I was so shocked by what happened that I just sat in the restaurant for more than an hour, drinking wine. When I finally felt ready to leave, I realized I had drunk a bit too much wine and started looking for a taxi. The same man was standing near the restaurant's exit, so I walked over to ask if he could drive me home. But when I got close to his taxi, I saw it was the creepy old man from before. He tried to pull me into the car again, but I ran away and called the cops. The police came, and I told them what happened. I think they took the man away, but I'm not sure because I never saw him again. After getting home that night, I immediately deleted Tinder from my phone. I just can't see myself using it again after what happened. I made a Tinder account when I was 18. Being alone in a huge city, I ended up going on many exciting dates. This one guy stood out because he was incredibly good looking. We talked a bit, and I really liked him, so we decided to meet for coffee. He was kind, interesting, and we talked a lot about school, art, and music. We discovered we were both into music, and the date was going so well that I agreed to walk a short distance to his place to listen to him play music. Being new to dating online, I was still quite innocent, so I followed him into his odd room in a garage and sat on a couch while he took out his keyboard. He played for a bit, and I began to feel uneasy. He was really into the music and started hitting the keys hard and making strange sounds, so I quickly stood up and said I needed to leave soon. He suddenly became normal again, his voice changed, and he didn't look so strange sitting there. When he said sorry for getting too excited, I decided to sit down again so we could keep talking. He sat next to me, and we continued our conversation from before. He seemed normal and nice again, so when he asked if he could kiss me, I said yes. He moved closer to me, and I closed my eyes, waiting for a kiss that never came. When I opened my eyes just a little, I saw him just looking at me. I was shocked and tried to move back, but he had grabbed my hair so tightly I couldn't escape. He took a deep breath and said, "You smell like you're Jewish. I know because you smell like my aunt's place." At that moment, I was terrified, especially since I am Jewish, and I tried to pull away, telling him I really had to leave. Suddenly, he was on top of me, and I started to cry out of fear, begging him to let me go. He kept saying he was sorry if he scared me, his weight pinning me down. I had no choice but to pat his back, pretending I was okay and calling him sweet, just to make him stop. I had to promise many times I would see him again before he finally got off me. I walked to the door, trying to keep calm and insisting I needed to leave right then. He blocked my way out. I knew I couldn't fight him. He said I had to kiss him if I wanted to leave, so I quickly did, hoping it would be enough. He smiled, seemingly happy with just that. "Call me, please," he said. "I think that was nice," he mentioned, opening the door for me, and I hurried out. As soon as I was far enough, I called my mom, crying. She got me a taxi, and I blocked him on all our contact methods. I saw him once again at school, which was more than enough for me. I hope we never meet again. I was working at this small motel in the south as the night person, so my job was from 11 at night until 8 in the morning. Being a lady and working those hours, I've seen some strange stuff. But the most terrifying thing happened in my first few weeks there. It was almost time for my shift to start, and since I was single and 23, I was checking out people on Tinder before heading to work. I matched with this guy who seemed pretty cool. He was into dark gothic stuff, liked using Ouija boards and tarot cards, which I find interesting. I was excited to talk to him. We chatted for a bit, but then I had to leave for work. We said our goodbyes. That night was my first time working alone at the motel for the whole night. I was a bit scared, but then this guy, who I felt like I'd seen before, walks up to the front desk and asks for me by my name. Right away I felt something was off with him. Not how he looked, but the feeling he gave off. I confirmed that I was the person he was looking for, and he told me he was the guy from Tinder. He figured out I was close by and decided to check if I was working at the motel he was staying at. Yeah, he was a guest at my motel. That was a huge warning sign for me. I stayed behind the safety of my desk for 2 hours because he wouldn't leave me alone. He talked non-stop about his ex, how he used to fight people, and how he was interested in me in a very forward way. I was really uncomfortable. I'd never dealt with something like this at work before, so I didn't know what to do. Eventually, around 2 or 3 in the morning, he said he was going to sleep, and I finally took a break to go outside for a smoke. Just as I lit up, guess who comes out? The creepy guy. I had looked him up a bit and found out he was a painter working in the area, which meant he wasn't a local. He started telling me about where he was from, getting closer and closer to me as he spoke. He then asked if he could smoke some weed. Wanting him to leave me alone, I said yes. I pointed to a spot away from the cameras, and that's when he pulled me close, smelled my neck, and started to touch me inappropriately. I pushed him away hard and warned him to never touch me again. I dropped my cigarette, grabbed my phone to call my manager, and went back inside. But the man grabbed my phone and sent himself a message. Now he had my number. The first thing he sent me was a shocking picture of his private part, which looked very strange because of body modifications. I've seen things, but nothing like that. Then he sent me scary messages with pictures from adult websites that were very rough, saying he wanted to do those things to me. He even told me he knew where to find him in the hotel. I was terrified and couldn't understand why I didn't call the police right away. My manager wasn't picking up the phone. There I was, in the back office having the worst panic of my life. Then I got another message from him. I don't know why I looked, but I did. It was a video that was too horrifying to describe, mixing violence and sexual content. I locked myself in the back office, cried, and waited until it was time to prepare breakfast for the guests. The messages continued for a few days until I couldn't take it anymore. I finally told my manager everything. He acted right away, kicking the man out and banning him and his company from our hotel forever. Looking back, I should have called the police, but I was too afraid at the time. To the creepy man, I hope we never meet again. Around 4 years back, I spent a year in a small town in Austria for my studies. Just before I left, my boyfriend and I broke up. He went to the US, and I headed to Austria. At first, I was pretty sad about it, but then I thought it might be fun to try out Tinder and go on some casual dates since I was only going to be there for a school year. I met quite a few people through the app. Some dates were terrible, but others were with nice folks. I was living in a small Austrian town, and there were people from all over the place. A couple of months after I arrived, I matched with a French guy. We started chatting. My French wasn't great, and his English was about the same, so sometimes we didn't understand each other perfectly, but it was okay. I was 20 years old, and my dating age range was set to 20 to 27. This French guy, let's call him Alex, was 27, so quite a bit older than me. He told me he taught science at a girls' school, which made what happened later even stranger. We decided to meet for a drink, and Alex was really generous, buying several rounds. That was a big deal because I was just a student without much money, especially in Austria. By the end of the night, I was quite drunk, and I remember we kissed a lot. Then, Alex drove me back to my place where I was staying for school. We saw each other a few more times, and he always made sure we had plenty of drinks. One night, I stayed over at his place because it was too late to go home. When I woke up the next morning, I found out he had taken off my bra while I was sleeping. He was awake, just rubbing my back and staring at me. We hadn't gone further than kissing up until then. And then, out of the blue, he said his mom was coming over and asked if I wanted to meet her. Keep in mind, I had only met him a few times. I knew I had to end things with this strange man, so when I left his place, I was already thinking about how to tell him I didn't want to see him anymore. Back at my room, I got a weird message from him. It was in broken English, something like, "We sleep beautifully together." I didn't reply. That evening, he called me, but I didn't answer. I listened to his voicemail later, and he sounded really upset. He said he was falling in love with me and needed to be honest about something. He admitted he had lied about his age. It made me think of a TV show where someone accidentally dates someone much younger, thinking they're older. And I had thought maybe he was younger than 27 because he looked pretty young. But no, he said he was actually 35. For me, a 35-year-old lying to date a 20-year-old felt wrong. So I blocked him everywhere, on social media and my phone. And tried to move on, especially since my school term was almost over. Then, one day, he showed up where I lived. He had only known my address because he drove me home once. The person at the front desk had to ask him to leave because he wouldn't go, and they warned me about it. Thankfully, I didn't hear from him after that, and I was going back to the UK in a week for the holidays. During my holiday, I got a friend request on Facebook from a profile that looked real enough, so I accepted it, thinking maybe I knew them. That was a mistake. I received a long message from him saying he had tracked my flight back to the UK to make sure I got home safe. That was beyond creepy. I blocked that profile too. But then, another message came from a different profile a week later. He said he had looked up flights from Bristol to Geneva and guessed which one I'd take back after the holidays, planning to meet me at the airport. I couldn't believe he might actually guess my flight, but when I arrived and walked through the arrivals gate, there he was, holding a sign with my name and flowers. He was looking elsewhere, so I quickly walked past him and caught a train into the city. I had already told a friend about this, and we decided to go to the police. This man was not normal. After dealing with the police, I didn't have any more problems with him. Hopefully, he moved on to someone else. But it still bothers me. He's a teacher, after all. I was 21, just started working as a cop, and had just been broken up with, so my mates told me to try Tinder. Being young and new to the police force, I felt like nothing could hurt me. I matched with this stunning girl who seemed way out of my league. We hit it off chatting and decided to meet up. She told me about this big open field where we could watch the stars. She suggested we meet at her place first. So when the day arrived, I was buzzing with excitement, and she seemed thrilled too when I picked her up. She directed me to the field, which was really open and surrounded by woods, filled with deer and other animals. Far off, I noticed some very faint car lights. Suddenly, a van started driving straight toward us and stopped right in front of us, almost blocking the way. I told her to stay put in the car and went out to check. I took my flashlight from the car and approached the van. There was a big guy driving. I asked him what was up and if he could move his van back a bit. He was nice about it, saying he owned the land and didn't mean to scare us. He explained he had problems with people hunting illegally on his land and wanted to make sure we weren't here for that. I told him we just wanted to watch the stars and see the animals. He seemed cool with it, wished us a good evening, and left. After that, the girl wouldn't stop texting on her phone. About an hour later, I saw car lights coming at us fast. We jumped into the car, and I got ready for trouble. The same guy stopped his van just short of hitting my car. She suddenly got out and ran to the guy. That's when I realized things were really bad. I got out, trying to get them to back off. They didn't listen. Then the guy rushed at me and knocked me down. Somehow I managed to flip him over and stand up. Then I saw my date pull a metal pipe from the van. She said they had a gun and wanted the cash in my truck, or else. But I couldn't just give in, not with my head full of being unbeatable. She began to cry, saying they didn't mean any harm. He moved towards the car again. That's when I told him I was a cop, pulled out my hidden gun, and ordered them to lie on the ground. We all froze for a second, then they did as I said. I called for help, shared my details, and said I had 2 people at gunpoint needing backup right away. I tried to explain where we were as best as I could, but then they ran off. Despite knowing better, I ran after them. The guy dashed into the woods near the field. Barely 30 seconds in, I heard 3 loud bangs and saw the flash of a gun. My fearlessness vanished instantly. I sprinted back to my car and drove off fast. I went back to where I had picked her up, called for help again, and waited for other officers. The first to arrive were my sergeant and my trainer. They didn't go easy on me, calling me dumbass and stupid rookie. They drove me back to the field. The van was still there. They told me to keep quiet and only to come out if there was gunfire. They checked the area and then the van, finding drugs right on the dashboard, and searched the rest of it. What really shook me was their reaction after checking the back of the van. They looked scared, which scared me too. Inside, there were knives, duct tape, lighter fluid, lots of bullets, handcuffs, and what seemed like dried blood. In the front, there was a rifle and 2 more guns. We called for more help and detectives. The so-called blood turned out not to be real blood. The van's license plates were stolen, and the van itself was reported stolen. I'm still teased about that night, but thankfully nobody was hurt. I've sworn off online dating for good. I dated a girl named Anna for a long while, and we nearly decided to marry. I believed Anna was my forever person, but it turned out she was not right for me or to even stay in my home. Our story kicks off after we had shared a home for around 5 years. We both worked decent jobs, shared a strong bond, and spent loads of time together. Anna was a small woman with light hair and a quick temper, though she was trying to better herself. I was always calm, and she often joked that a woman would eventually walk all over me. Perhaps she was right, but still, it's not a nice thing to say. One day, Anna went to her job, and her boss asked her to do a task. She argued it wasn't part of her job. Her boss disagreed and fired her. I can't recall what the task was, as what happened next overshadows that detail. After she lost her job, our income was halved. Life was good before, but we had to cut back, and I think Anna felt bad about it. I returned my car to the bank so she could use hers to find a new job, and I started taking the bus. Eventually, I bought an older car, but Anna still felt guilty, no matter what I said. Losing her job hit Anna hard, and she began to spiral down into sadness. It was tough for her to find new work in our area, but I did my best to support her. Then she gave up trying. One day, Anna acted strangely and admitted to trying meth. I was furious, rightfully so. I didn't want drugs in our house. I asked her where she got it. She blamed a coworker but promised to stop. That was a lie. She began using regularly. Soon our belongings started to disappear, sold by her for drug money. Anna got hooked, and I couldn't watch her destroy herself. I told her, quit or leave. She vanished for months, then started to drift back in and out of our home. One evening around 5 p.m., Anna returned, claiming she was clean. I let her back in. She began inviting over friends who claimed to be recovering addicts. I stayed quiet until they became too frequent visitors. I found them in the garage one night, using, and I told them to get out. Things were getting worse, and Anna looked terrible. Anna's eyes grew dark circles, and she got sores, probably from scratching at imaginary bugs. I couldn't understand why she chose this path, but I feared she'd never escape it. I felt like I had already lost her. Everything exploded the day a man knocked on my door looking for Anna. He said she took something valuable from him after gaining his trust, and now he wanted it back. I told him Anna was gone for good. I think he was threatening me, believing I was lying. But truthfully, I was just fed up with all of it. Imagine the fright of having someone dangerous at your doorstep, all because of what another person did. It was a nightmare. Staying in that house became unthinkable, but leaving wasn't easy. It took months to save enough money to leave. Meanwhile, Anna was out there with her so-called friends, lost in drugs, sometimes coming back, hoping to find shelter with me. I refused to let her in again. A few times I found her hiding in the backyard. I had to chase her away. She was using drugs there, and I couldn't tolerate it. Heartbroken, I left the house and didn't tell anyone my new address. I moved far from that town, to a place I could afford on my own. Sometimes I wonder about Anna. I hope she's managed to get clean and start anew, though believing that requires a lot of self-deception. Wherever she is, I wish her well, hoping she finds her way out of that darkness. I've had a lot of tough times in love, and I always told myself to not give up. Looking back, that was a bad idea. Sometimes what you feel deep inside can lead you the wrong way. In high school, when I was 16, I met my first girlfriend, Anna. I had to change schools because my old school had a rule that made it hard for me to get there on time since I had no ride. This new school was more relaxed about rules, which is why I switched. On my first day, I became part of a group of students, and Anna was one of them. She was seeing another student at the time. A few weeks later, she and her boyfriend split up, and suddenly, he was gone from the scene, as if his popularity was only because of her. Soon after, Anna and I started going out, and it felt like everyone was happy about it. People seemed to support us together, praising Anna for choosing me over her ex. I thought her ex was okay, but everyone else treated the whole thing like some big drama. Dating Anna felt strange, almost like a dream. I couldn't shake off the feeling that she wasn't with me because she cared. She would get physically aggressive if I ever stood up for myself. She wanted to control everything I said or did. I tolerated it for a while, but it began to feel really harmful. Eventually, before I could end things, she broke up with me. It might have been for the better, but I still felt terrible and cried alone. I don't know why I was so upset. It's not like we were good together. Years after finishing high school, and after being single for a while, I met Mike. Mike loved working out and was in great shape. He was an amazing friend, always seeming flawless. Mike had money and would buy me gifts I never asked for. He'd come by just to spend time, bringing drinks without me asking. He never minded that I drank what he brought, and he never made me feel bad for not being able to give anything back. After a while, I got a job, and we saw each other less, but we remained friends. Mike and I stayed close friends and hung out whenever we could. At my job, I met a girl named Lily. She was wild and didn't care about anything too much. She would do something crazy, lose her job, and then just find another one to probably do it all over again. Eventually, she lost her job because of a big fight with her boss. I was the only one who seemed to care, and that's how we started getting close. We moved into a very cheap, not-so-nice apartment together. It wasn't great, but being with someone who seemed to care about me made it okay. Lily and Mike became good friends too, and the three of us had a solid friendship. But then, Lily started acting strange, quiet and distant. One day when I was at work, Lily called me in a panic, saying someone was trying to break into our place. I called Mike to check on her since I couldn't leave work. Mike called back soon, telling me a window was broken, but no one was there. When I got home, I saw Lily had fixed the window with duct tape. I knew our landlord, a grumpy old man, would be furious and I'd probably lose my deposit. But Lily was safe, and that was what mattered most. However, things started to fall apart in the apartment. The fridge stopped working, the toilet broke, and then Lily left. She moved back to her parents' house, leaving me a note saying I could keep the terrible apartment to myself. I was heartbroken. Mike came over to help me through it. I found out later Lily had been cheating on me, but she never said with whom. I had to accept she wasn't coming back, and I needed to move on, though now burdened with all the bills on my own. Mike helped fix up the apartment, but I insisted he didn't need to bother. Then, at a new job after being laid off from the last one, I met another girl, Sarah. She was different from Lily, loud and never holding back, even if it might hurt someone's feelings. I thought maybe that's what I needed, but it wasn't. I was looking for someone more emotionally stable. Needless to say, it didn't last with Sarah either. She moved into my small, rundown apartment, and we lived together for about 6 months before she began criticizing everything I did. It was frustrating and often painful, the way she'd nitpick. I consider myself to be quite tidy, yet she found fault in nearly everything I did. I took care of the house, cooking, and working almost every day to keep everything going. What else was I supposed to do to avoid being criticized every day? I still don't know. I started thinking, maybe it wasn't all my fault. Maybe it was because of how Amy always made me feel bad about myself. I tended to blame myself for everything. This is what happened with Amy. One day, I lost my job because I was too sick to work properly. Amy and I had a big argument that morning. She complained that I hadn't done anything at home for days. I had been too sick to cook or clean, and I also had terrible headaches. I probably should have seen a doctor. Amy said we were fighting because I wasn't being a real man by just dealing with my illness. When I came home and found Amy and Mike together, I calmly asked them to leave my apartment. I'm not someone who gets angry easily. After they left, I sat alone in the dark, thinking about doing something terrible to myself, which I won't go into detail about. I called my ex, Lily, because I needed someone to talk to. My best friend had betrayed me, and my girlfriend had cheated on me with him. It all felt like a bad dream until Lily admitted she didn't feel guilty about cheating on me with Mike. Hearing that, I felt completely numb. My heart, my hands, I couldn't feel anything. I was living in Fort Lauderdale, Florida at that time. I drove to Ocala, Florida to see my parents, much faster than I should have. I arrived at their house around 6 a.m. and told them everything. I said I needed help, and they were ready to support me. I stayed with them for a few weeks. They suggested I move back in with them, but I felt I needed to try to fix things in my apartment. Being with my parents brought my feelings back, and I thought I could go back and repair my life. I never spoke to Mike again, but I kept running into Amy and Mike everywhere. It hurt every time I saw them. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore and moved back in with my parents, breaking my lease. Back in my old room, I realized I had been clinging to bad situations for too long. Though I wasn't ready to see it before, leaving was the right decision. Now, away from all the drama, I felt safe. I moved on and stopped thinking about my time in Fort Lauderdale, even paying rent to my parents, who didn't want it. The betrayal by my girlfriends and best friends still doesn't seem real to me. I doubt it ever will. Back when I was a teenager, I was really eager to have a girlfriend. I didn't care much about what my parents thought, and was ready to do almost anything to get what I wanted. Looking back, I'm not proud of my actions at all. There was this girl, Anna, I met on a dating app. She wasn't the nicest, but I didn't bother looking for anyone else. I just wanted a girlfriend right away. I was 18, still living with my folks in the same room I grew up in. We had an empty room across from mine because my brother had left and wasn't planning to return. Anna was pretty harsh in her words, but I thought it was cool and edgy. She had a tough time at home, which probably made her act out. She managed to convince my parents she was a good person, always ready to lend a hand. However, everything changed one night. My parents are the kind of people who go out of their way to help my friends. One evening, Anna called, claiming her parents were throwing her out. They didn't want her anymore, and she said they were even going to destroy all her things the next day. I believed her story, so my parents, despite having a bad feeling about it, agreed to let her move into my brother's old room. I now wish I had listened to their concerns. They usually could tell when something wasn't right, but I ignored them. We went to get her belongings, and I met her mom. She seemed okay, but I had already decided to dislike her. I was so focused on having Anna close to me that I missed all the red flags. After she moved in, it didn't take long for the issues to start showing. I didn't want to admit she was the problem. I was too stubborn and wanted to see only the good in her she had initially shown. She began disrespecting my parents, making a mess around the house, and just being lazy. Eventually, Anna and I broke up, and she started to pick on me. The house felt different with her in it. Nights became longer, filled with strange noises and shadows that seemed to move on their own. My parents grew more concerned, not just about the tension, but because something in the atmosphere had shifted. They started to regret letting her stay. But by then, it was too late. Anna's presence brought a heavy, dark cloud over our home, one that wasn't easy to dispel. One particular evening, the true extent of the horror Anna brought with her began to unfold. I couldn't even walk past her without fearing an attack. If I tried to eat, she'd snatch my food away or slap it out of my hands, causing trouble every day. I wanted her gone, but my parents were stuck. There was nowhere she could go. They grew to dislike her presence as well, tired of the constant arguments and stress she brought into our home. This girl, let's call her Eva, seemed to lose her mind completely. After weeks of chaos, I confronted her, begging her to change her behavior, but she responded with violence, beating me up badly. I understood I had made a huge mistake by not listening to my parents, and something had to change. Eva escalated to threatening me with knives and other sharp objects, laughing as if my fear amused her. Whenever I protested, she'd mock me, calling me weak. She was utterly uncontrollable, like a demon causing havoc, spreading fear among us. She even confessed her desire to kill me, treating it as a joke. Then, one night, everything changed. She came home late, triggering the alarm and angering my dad. Their argument turned violent. She struck him on the head with a heavy object, injuring him. I immediately called for the police and an ambulance. Being 18, Eva was arrested as an adult. The ambulance arrived to treat my dad, who luckily only had a minor cut from the assault. After Eva was released from jail for attacking my dad, she found all her belongings outside our house, ready for her to take away. My dad made it clear she was no longer welcome, indifferent to where she went next. She returned to her family, who surprisingly welcomed her back with open arms. I learned this through her sister, who was somehow connected to my friends. According to her sister, Eva's mom was a kind and forgiving person, unlike Eva, who thrived on conflict and cared for no one but herself. If only I had known all this earlier, I could have avoided so much pain. I keep apologizing to my parents for the trouble I caused, learning a harsh lesson about responsibility and the consequences of my choices. The atmosphere in our house slowly began to recover, but the scars remained, both physical and emotional. We tried to move on, fixing what could be fixed and mending our relationship. But the presence of something sinister lingered, a reminder of the darkness Ava brought into our lives. Late at night, I'd hear strange noises, see shadows where there shouldn't be any, and feel a chilling coldness brush against my skin. It was as if her malevolence had seeped into the very walls, leaving a permanent mark of her terror. Despite her absence, her dark influence haunted us, a ghostly reminder of the horror we had lived through. I live in a very small place you might call a town. It's so tiny that we have just a post office and a fire station, and nothing much else. To get to any big store like Walmart, I need to drive a long way. It feels like everything is miles away from where I live. I was searching for a boyfriend and decided to try my luck on Tinder. I know, a lot of people say Tinder and similar apps aren't good, full of scary stories. But I thought I was being smart by picking this one. Then a man messaged me on the app. He said he was 35 miles away. For many, this might seem too far, but I was willing to take the chance. He seemed nice, and I was eager to meet him. Living alone in a house surrounded by forests, I felt like I had nothing to lose. My mom passed away a few years ago, leaving me this house and the land. But honestly, I've always hated living so isolated. I grew up here, but I've always dreamed of living in a city. I hope to meet someone from the city, move there, sell this old house and the land, and maybe start a new life. So, I met this guy, let's call him Mike, in a fast food restaurant parking lot. We decided to grab some food there. It was a simple first date. Mike lived in an area with lots of shops and places to see, and I found it exciting. Everything I wanted could be nearby. After only a few weeks, I found myself getting really close to him. Mike was charming and very affectionate, which I liked. As our relationship grew, we started visiting each other often. He liked coming to my place because it was quiet, while I preferred going out, especially to the city. This went on for years until something unexpected happened. One day, a friend sent me a message with a screenshot that shocked me. The screenshot was from a phone belonging to a girl I didn't know, who was friends with my friend. It turned out Mike was seeing this girl behind my back. The screenshot contained messages between them that were very upsetting. I didn't want to believe it at first, but as I dug deeper, I found undeniable proof on social media. Pictures of Mike with that girl. This discovery shattered my heart. During the times he wasn't with me, he was secretly seeing another woman. I thought the best thing to do was to stop talking to him without explaining. People call it ghosting. But, looking back, that might have been a mistake. He didn't take it well at all. He started coming to my house, loudly knocking on my door, especially when he knew I would be home. One time I opened the door, confronted him about his cheating, and asked him to leave. But he didn't go quietly. Instead, he stood there shouting, accusing me of being unfaithful too. Eventually he would leave, but his obsession didn't stop there. I started noticing his car trailing behind mine whenever I drove somewhere. He made no effort to hide it. It was like he wanted me to know he was there. Sometimes he'd just sit in his car across from my house watching. It felt like I was in a movie, but not the good kind. He didn't stop at just physically following me around. He also kept an eye on me through Facebook, saving my pictures and then posting them on his profile. It was clear to me then that the man I met, who seemed so perfect at first, had vanished, leaving behind someone truly frightening. Fed up, I called the police, hoping they could help. They advised me to call them the next time he followed me. So, the next time I saw him parked across the street, staring at my house, I did just that. The police arrived and chased him away, but I don't know if they actually caught him or did anything about it. His stalking didn't end there. He even showed up at my workplace trying to see me. I had to hide until he left, and although my boss was supportive, the whole situation was distressing. It reached a breaking point when he came to my house again, this time peeking through the windows. I called the police immediately, and they came and took him away. I think they arrested him for stalking, but I can't be sure. After that incident, I didn't see him again. Later, I found out he wasn't just seeing one other girl, but 3. I couldn't understand how he managed his time to juggle 4 relationships, including me. Eventually, I moved on from that dark chapter. I sold the house and moved to the city, closer to a friend. Life in the city was peaceful, a stark contrast to my previous experiences. Interestingly, I met my current boyfriend on Tinder, and things have been going well. He's nothing like the man who stalked me, and I'm genuinely happy now. We're taking our relationship slow, and maybe, just maybe, we'll move in together and start a family in the future. But for now, we're enjoying our time together, seeing where life leads us. I met Anna on a dating site and we hit it off right away. She said she loved me before we even had a video call. I found it odd, but she shared something with me that I was okay with. She mentioned she was a follower of Satan, but from what I knew, that just meant they didn't follow God, but rather focused on themselves. That's how they explained it, at least. They weren't into harming anyone or anything. Anna was like this, but she also had a blog about worshiping something. I didn't really get all she was talking about, but it didn't bother me. Our first meeting was in a supermarket parking lot since she lived close by. As we spent time together, I discovered Anna was a kind person and very fascinating. She was curious about my atheism and asked lots of questions to get to know me better. We had many deep talks and learned a lot from each other. We got along really well. After dating for about 2 months, we became very close, and I moved in with her. She was struggling with her bills, a common problem for many. I wanted to support her so she wouldn't have to stress over finances. Everything was great until I received a call from my dad. He told me my mother had died from an illness, and the funeral was soon. I had to leave immediately. Anna begged me not to go, which confused me, but I went anyway. I informed my job, and they allowed me to take time off. I traveled to my parents' house. My dad was devastated, and I stayed with him to ensure he was okay. Many people attended my mother's funeral at the church, and her friends and family shared beautiful memories. After the service, my mother was cremated, and I waited to take her ashes home. When I returned, Anna bombarded me with questions about the funeral. When I mentioned the church, she became upset. I couldn't understand why until she explained she was bothered by me entering a church and getting contaminated. I was puzzled by her reasoning. I suggested we avoid the topic since we clearly had different views, but Anna's behavior grew odder, and she mentioned again my visit to the church. She claimed she could sense a controlling energy from me, which I ignored. One night, I woke up to find myself tied to the bedpost, with candles lit around the room. Anna was wearing a robe and holding a large knife. If you're imagining a scene straight out of a horror movie where a guy is about to be offered as a sacrifice by someone who worships the devil, then you're on the right track. Anna stood on the bed, crying with her makeup running down her face, muttering words I couldn't understand. It sounded like nonsense. I shouted for her to stop acting crazy and to untie me. She just kept on, screaming about how I had sinned by being in a Christian church, and how I was now tainted by Christ. I fought against the rope she had tied me with, and finally, I got loose. Seeing her chance fading, Anna tried to stab me, managing to cut my side slightly. It wasn't a deep wound, but it started bleeding. Once I freed myself completely, I grabbed a few things, rushed out, and drove to the hospital to make sure the cut wasn't serious. Afterwards, I went straight to the police. I showed them my wound and explained everything. They took a report from me. Sitting in my car outside the police station, I had to say out loud, "So that just happened." I was shocked by how things had turned out, and it was clear that my relationship with Anna was over. When they arrested her for attempting murder, I felt relieved knowing she wouldn't be harming anyone else. She might be released one day, but by then, I'd be far away, beyond her reach. I chose not to tell my dad about this. He had enough on his plate and couldn't have dealt with such news. A friend of mine, who is also a Satanist, said Anna had no right to claim she followed their beliefs if she was going to act like that. What she did wasn't about religion. It was madness. She seemed ready to kill, and I just happened to be the nearest person to her. I was a lonely young man, Fresh out of high school for a couple of years, I knew about online dating because my friends tried it, but I was wary. They told me scary stories about meeting strangers from the internet. I felt I had no chance to find a girlfriend in real life because I was shy and liked to be alone most of the time. So I decided to try Tinder, thinking maybe I'd get lucky. And I did match with someone very quickly. She lived close by and seemed very outgoing. At least that's what she said about herself. I was so eager to have someone that I didn't care much about finding the perfect match. I just wanted someone to be there. Looking back, I should have paid more attention to what I really needed, but I tend to focus on the here and now. We started chatting and soon decided to meet. My house wasn't much, but she didn't mind or say much after the first look. Not talking about my house's state was probably for the best. We hit it off, spending time playing video games and just enjoying each other's company. She seemed really cool and down to earth. A few weeks in, we were officially a couple, going out and doing things together. She even met my friends. They didn't seem too impressed, which made her feel left out. I found myself torn between spending time with her and my friends. It's tough when you have to choose, and she didn't like being left alone. I missed the warning sign that she didn't have her own friends. I just ignored it, not thinking it could mean she had issues connecting with people. So, I tried to balance my time between her and my buddies. Eventually, she said I wasn't with her enough, and I had to see my friends even less to make her happy. She got what she wanted. I stopped seeing my friends and spent all my time with her. I missed them, but I was trying to make the relationship work. Then, she moved in with me because she had nowhere else to go after being kicked out of her place. At first, it was fun living together, but soon, she began to treat me badly. What started as teasing turned into her saying really mean things to me, which hurt a lot. I realized I needed my friends to deal with this, so I invited one over. He could only stay for a short while, which made her upset. She sulked because I wasn't there to be yelled at by her. After he left, she argued, claiming I didn't care about her. I tried to explain that wasn't true, but she wouldn't listen. She even said my friends didn't like her, but no matter how much I tried to convince her otherwise, she wouldn't believe me. This was a huge warning sign, but by then, she was living with me and had nowhere to go. I couldn't just kick her out, so I stayed, hoping to fix things and return to how it was when we first met. But it only got worse. Things got really bad. She started to hit me for almost any reason. I finally told her she had to stop or leave my house. She didn't like being told what to do but decided to go, saying she had found another man and a place to stay anyway. I just wanted her gone, and after she left, I never saw her again. Then I met another girl on the same app, but she turned out to be even more trouble. She was nice and quiet, not like the first one. She never yelled or made me feel bad. I shared my past troubles with her, hoping for understanding. She promised she wouldn't be like that, but she had her own plan to hurt me. She was looking for a way to use me to get to her parents' house, pretending to be kind until she could leave me. I didn't see the real danger coming, though. She invited her brother to stay without asking me. He brought drugs to my house and caused a lot of trouble. After months of tension, I tried to kick him out, but he threatened me. I couldn't understand how my life had turned into such a nightmare. My friends tell me now that I made a mistake by letting people move in too quickly, and I agree. It was foolish to not know them better before sharing my home. Her brother kept coming back, causing damage and fighting me until I had to call the police. After he was arrested, she convinced me we had to move because he might come after us when he got out. She convinced me that her parents up north would welcome us both into their home. I talked to her parents to double check, and even though they seemed hesitant, they agreed. So I ended my lease early, and we moved to her parents' place. But just 3 days after we arrived, she caused trouble out of nowhere, leading to me being kicked out. It felt like they had all planned this against me, blaming me for her brother's arrest. I was left with nothing, having moved states away just to be betrayed and abandoned. I decided to go back to my parents' house for a while. They were glad to have me, but the whole situation left me feeling defeated. After about 6 months of getting back on my feet, I thought about living on my own again. My ex tried to reach out saying she was sorry and wanted me back. I ignored her, guessing she was kicked out too and now had nowhere to go. I haven't heard from her since. I've stopped looking for love online. From now on, if I'm going to meet someone, it'll be the old-fashioned way. I'm focusing on myself and what I want. My friends were upset about how I left everything behind, but they've forgiven me. I realize now how much I hurt them. Leaving your friends for a distant promise is a mistake I'll never make again. I'm doing okay now, even without a girlfriend. I've learned that being in a relationship isn't as essential as I thought. If I stay single forever, that's fine. I'd rather be alone than fall into another trap. When I left my mom and dad's house at 22, paying for my own place was hard. I thought maybe it was time to look for a boyfriend because I felt lonely. It wasn't just about the money, though having someone else could help with my bills. I didn't ask my parents for money because they had their own troubles. I left home to make things easier for them. I started using an app called Heartmatch to find someone. Soon I found a guy. It felt like luck was on my side. This guy, let's call him John, seemed nice when we chatted online. I thought we would get along in real life. I didn't want to wait too long to meet him. Waiting has never been easy for me. This is how I felt back then. John and I met at a place in the city called Game Bar. It's a place where you can drink and play video games. It was a fun spot. We met on a Saturday because I didn't have to work. We played games there for a few hours, careful not to spend too much. We really clicked. John was kind, not like the boys from high school. He saw me as a person. That was enough for me to remember him forever. He said we should meet up again, and I agreed. After the game bar, we grabbed some food, then went our separate ways. I felt like this date could lead to something more. I was happy to see him again over the next few weeks. John became special to me, and after a month I kissed him. He didn't see it coming, as he had never made a move. He always acted like we were just friends, which I actually liked. That's what made me like him more. Eventually, we started sharing our troubles with each other. He was a student with a job, so he was always busy. I talked about my struggle with bills and a job that paid too little. Slowly, we began to think about living together. He liked the idea, but wanted to wait. I was impatient, but I respected his wish to wait. Looking back, I might have been too eager, but I let him decide when he was ready. I didn't want to pressure him. After 2 months, he decided it was the right time. He had been living near his college. Once he moved in, things got easier. He could go to school easily, and I could manage my bills better. We were happy until he finished college 3 years later. Then, John started to pull away. I couldn't figure out why. Maybe it was his friends talking to him. I try not to guess these things without knowing, but that's all I can think of. He stopped wanting to spend time with me. John stopped wanting to sleep in the same bed as me. He would go out all night and not tell me when or if he was coming back. It hurt that some days he wouldn't even speak to me. Then one day, while I was at work, he moved out without giving me any reason. I never stopped him from doing what he wanted. Maybe he just got bored of me. After he left, I was back to not being able to pay my bills and feeling lonely. He was gone, and I didn't understand what I did wrong, which made me feel really sad. I don't know if I deserved this, so I was confused about how to feel. Once I started feeling a bit better, I went back to Heartmatch to find someone new. This time, it took a long time to find someone. I was looking for someone who didn't just say, "Hey, baby." It's surprising how many people start a conversation like that. I messaged a guy named David. David seemed like what I needed. I realized I wasn't really looking for a boyfriend, but someone to help me through my sadness. He said the right things and agreed with everything I said. I thought he wanted a relationship, but he just wanted to hang out sometimes and talk, like therapy sessions. I met him, trying to recreate what I had with John. I was desperate to make David better than John, but that was a mistake. David told me he wasn't John, and he didn't want to be. I kept saying sorry whenever I compared them, and I felt bad for even trying. David was more like a therapist than a date. Maybe that's what I needed him for. But looking back, I regret using him like that. So I never heard from John again. I thought he must have moved on to something better, and hated him for leaving without a reason. I tried to convince myself it was all his fault, to make myself feel better. Even though I didn't know the whole story, thinking about it too much made my mind wander. David and I also started to drift apart. I guess I was using him for therapy more than friendship. I said I would have paid him for his time, but he said that wasn't what we were about. I was a mess. Still struggling with money, and now having pushed 2 people away, I felt terrible. So I kept dealing with my problems and a new wave of sadness. It was getting too hard to manage on my own. I moved back in with my parents to help them out. We all lived in a small trailer, and things began to get better until one night I got drunk and went on Heart Match again. I started chatting with random people. Among them, someone was willing to wait until I was sober to talk again. I didn't feel hopeful, but I kept going. And that's when things started to change for me. This person I started chatting with, Gray, turned out to be the best thing that ever happened to me. Gray was smart and seemed to get what I had been through. He also didn't hesitate to tell me when I was making mistakes. We talked online for what felt like forever. I can't say exactly how long, but it felt like a year. One day, I bumped into him at a convenience store while I was picking up some drinks. I recognized him from his pictures and went up to him. He knew me too, and we ended up talking for hours right there. It felt like we were already good friends after all those months of chatting. Meeting him like that, after all our talks, felt so right. We began to see each other more and more. He knew about my tough situation, living in a tight space with my parents, and all the messed up relationships I had. He asked me if moving in with him would make things better. I said it might, but I didn't want to seem like I was after his money. I didn't want to be that person who dates someone just to have an easier life. I was looking for real love. He told me something important, not to worry about those things. If it helps, then it's probably the right move. With my parents okay, I decided to move in with him. They were happy for me, and I kept my job to contribute, so I didn't feel like I was just taking from him. He supported my decision to work and contribute. This positivity from everyone helped me climb out of my dark place quickly. But this isn't where the story stops. Even though it starts to sound happy, there's more. A few years later, Gray asked me to marry him, and I said yes. We haven't rushed into marriage, learning that waiting makes things even better. Then out of nowhere, after I got engaged, John somehow heard about it. He messaged me, saying I should be alone forever. I asked him why he would say something like that, but he didn't really explain. He just said he left because I was boring, and I didn't deserve happiness. This threw me into a panic, bringing back all my old anxieties. But why should his words matter now, in my new life? It got under my skin. For months, I was a mess, scared and breaking down, while Gray, my fiancé, tried to piece me back together. I showed him the awful messages and shared my fears. He stayed calm and patient through it all. But that wasn't the end of it. John began to follow us, turning up everywhere to scare and bother us. He'd mock us in public places during our walks, and he even figured out where we lived to torment us there. The things he said were too cruel to repeat, but Gray grew tired of his actions quickly. John's obsession escalated to him coming into our yard, trying to start a fire. I became too scared to leave the house. Gray assured me he'd handle it, telling me not to be scared or feel guilty about whatever happened next. Then, one cold winter day as we walked downtown, John decided to follow us again. Gray had warned me not to panic, which only made me more nervous. I'd never seen him so serious. Gray is a big man, not a fighter, but intimidating enough that you wouldn't want to anger him, and John was pushing him too far. When John thought he could secretly follow us down a deserted path, Gray acted. He told me to stay back and confronted John. It was like a scene straight out of a fight movie. One knew what to do, the other clearly did not. I watched in shock as Gray grabbed John by the neck, threw him to the ground, then picked him up and slammed him against a wall like he was nothing. I was terrified. Seeing this side of Gray was unexpected. After John hit the wall, Gray punched him, knocking him out cold. We left as fast as we could, hoping that would be the end of it. I was scared the police would get involved, but apparently people like John, who was struggling with drug problems, don't usually involve the cops. Yes, drugs were John's downfall. Later I heard he had been using badly, which might explain his behavior. I never understood why he left me, but thinking it was the drugs helps. I haven't seen John since then. Now Gray and I live a peaceful life, happier than ever. Gray also helped my parents move into a better place, ensuring they were well cared for. I'm so grateful for the wonderful people in my life. A few years ago, I began chatting with a girl on a dating site called Tinder. We had a lot in common. She enjoyed the same movies as I did and played all the old games I loved. She was single and searching for a relationship, just like me, but we were in different states. I didn't mind dating someone from far away, even though it meant we couldn't be close in the usual ways. We talked about everything through video calls and spent time playing games online, but we couldn't actually touch or go out on real dates. My parents thought it was odd that I was in a long-distance relationship, but I didn't care about what others said. I kept going. I was active in an online community. My friends and family saw my life through Facebook. Almost everything I did was online. I even made money through online work and got paid through platforms like Patreon. It wasn't a lot, but enough to live on. I spent my nights talking to this girl and playing games with her. My days were for work and sleep. I usually did whatever I wanted, so I asked her to be my girlfriend during a video call, and she agreed. I was overjoyed, but I didn't know what she would become later. After dating online for months, she started to become angry and mean. She was always in a bad mood, blaming it on something someone else said before our chats. One day she yelled at me and never said sorry. I don't remember why she was angry, but she took it out on me. That was the first time. The second time she got mad over something small, and I told her she needed to think about her words. Before this trouble started, we had shared personal things over the camera, including our IDs to prove we were real. No issue there. The second time she got mad, I pushed back a little, telling her to leave me alone. She got very upset, cut off the call, and didn't come online for weeks. I tried messaging her a couple of times, but she didn't reply. Then, one day my mom messaged me, saying I needed to delete a certain post. Confused, I told her I didn't know what she meant. She came over and showed me the post she was talking about. My mom was really upset until I showed her that I didn't make that post. It was a very blurry photo of me doing something that only my girlfriend and I should know about. When I checked the post, I saw that she was the one who posted it, and even tagged me. She had taken a screenshot of me during our private time over the camera and kept it. I never did such a thing to her. It's a very mean thing to do. So this was one of the worst things she could have done, because now everyone on Facebook had seen it. I asked for the picture to be taken down, and it was removed. Then, I wrote a message on Facebook explaining what happened, and many people started sending messages saying how wrong it was. Next, she posted a picture of my ID for everyone on Facebook to see. I reported that too, and it got taken down. But she didn't stop there. She posted it on several other websites. I tried to get those removed, but some remained up. I'm not sure if she shared the private picture elsewhere, but I think she did. After doing what I could, I blocked her on Facebook and all other places she could contact me. I sent her one last message, telling her what I thought of her actions. It seems she understood because she stopped after that. I never imagined she could do something like this. Even now, I still hear about it, and it feels like it will never completely go away. The worst part is my ID picture is still out there on some sites. I've changed how I appear on the internet since then, but sometimes the past still finds me. I hope it fades away eventually. But this taught me to be very careful with pictures and video chats. You never really know who is on the other side. For over a month, I had been searching on the dating site I joined, trying to find a good match. I was careful not to share my full name or where I lived, especially because I was a woman living alone. On my profile, I mentioned that I enjoyed social activities like dining out, watching movies, and outdoor sports like hiking, running, and swimming. I also shared that I was 5'8" with shoulder-length blonde hair and in my mid-30s. Unlike many men who often posted pictures from when they were younger, I chose not to add a photo of myself. It was a Thursday evening after a long day at my office job at a large insurance company in downtown Chicago. Despite working in a bustling office, I hadn't met any promising men there. The few I dated were disappointments. So I turned to online dating in hopes of finding better prospects. That night, I reviewed profiles of 7 potential matches from the dating site. After looking over their details and photos, only one seemed promising. A 30-year-old man named Lucas. He was 6 tall, or so he claimed, and liked sports and the outdoors, much like myself. We spent the next few nights exchanging messages through the dating site. Lucas seemed nice and appeared handsome, based on his picture. After some thought, we decided to meet at Benny's, a local food and wine bar, on Saturday night at 8 p.m. We planned to wear a red carnation so we could easily spot each other. The one who arrived first would grab a table and wait. By Saturday afternoon, I was already nervous about the date. I worried about what to wear, whether to wear my hair up or down, and other typical pre-date concerns. I stopped by the florist to buy a bunch of red carnations, picking the best one to pin on my new dress. I arrived at Benny's at 7:30 p.m., a little early, and secured a table. I ordered a martini on the rocks and settled in to wait. The bar was filled with various groups, couples, large gatherings of men, and tables of women enjoying their evening. My watch showed 8:20 p.m., but there was still no sign of Lucas or anyone with a red carnation. Great, I muttered under my breath, feeling both upset and a little insulted. He could have at least shown up. If he didn't like what he saw, he could have made up an excuse and left. I decided to give it another 10 minutes, until 8:30 p.m., then I'd leave. I walked to the bar and back to my table, scanning the crowd for anyone wearing a red carnation like me, hoping that perhaps he hadn't noticed me in the now crowded place. But no one matched the description of Lucas, the man from the profile. Was I tricked badly, or had he simply not shown up? By 8:30 p.m., I felt certain he wasn't coming. I grabbed my coat and left the bar. The walk home would take about 15 minutes. The streets were brightly lit and there were plenty of people around, which made me feel a bit safer. Yet, as I walked, a creeping sensation of being followed washed over me. I stopped a few times to look around casually, but I couldn't spot anyone suspicious. Pausing again near a shop window, I finally saw him. A man in a long dark coat holding a black and silver cane. He looked away quickly when I caught sight of him. As I resumed walking, so did he. My heart started to race and I quickened my pace. This part of the street was quieter and less residential. I crossed the street to test if he was truly following me, and he crossed too. I turned left onto my street, and my heart sank. The street lamps near my building were out, leaving the sidewalk in darkness, except for some faint lights from the houses across the street. Panic set in. I sprinted toward my building, rushed up the stairs, and yanked the communal door open. I darted into the elevator and pressed the button for the 4th floor. Just as the elevator doors began to close, a cane suddenly shot out, blocking them. The doors reopened, and I was frozen with fear. The large figure of the man in the dark coat stepped into the elevator, holding a knife in his other hand. In that terrifying moment, I realized the man's face was hidden under a balaclava. I screamed without stopping, frozen in fear as he just stood there. Suddenly, another person burst into the elevator, wearing a suit and sporting a red rose on his lapel. He grabbed the attacker by the neck and yelled, "Drop the knife!" He then used a taser on the assailant, who collapsed right there in the elevator, with me standing just feet away. The man in the suit quickly disarmed the attacker and handcuffed him. Breathing heavily, he turned to me and introduced himself as Lucas, the man I was supposed to meet for our date. He apologized for his lateness and explained that after he spotted my red carnation as he was leaving the bar, he noticed a man behaving suspiciously and following me. Lucas, as it turned out, was a Chicago police officer. Right person, right place, right time. The creep was wanted for several attacks on women over the past 6 months. Lucas and I eventually went on our intended date. Despite the horrifying start, we connected well and began seeing each other regularly. The fear from that night lingered. Paramedics had to be called as I couldn't stop shaking from the shock. The rush of adrenaline was so intense, I felt as though I might die from the panic alone. After the incident, Lucas stayed with me, comforting me until another police unit arrived to take the assailant away in a squad car. The man was later charged and found guilty on multiple counts. Reflecting on that night, the reality hit hard. My date was a police officer who, although late, ended up saving my life. His tardiness seemed insignificant compared to his actions that night. I sat at the table, feeling uneasy. My hands trembled slightly. It was my first date in quite some time. Let me skip ahead a few weeks. I had started chatting with a man named Mark on a lesser-known dating app. This app wasn't very popular, only about 100,000 downloads. And I'm not sure why I chose it over more popular ones like Tinder. I guess I found comfort in the smaller user base. It felt quieter, less overwhelming. Even an average-looking woman can get bombarded with messages on the big apps, and I preferred fewer but possibly more meaningful interactions. Mark and I hit it off and decided to meet for dinner at a local Chinese restaurant in the city center. It was to be our first face-to-face meeting, though we had exchanged photos. I don't recall the name of the app, but it required users to upload at least 3 pictures and a brief bio. You also had to list your physical details, height, weight, and so on. Some details were optional, but Mark had filled out everything. He was about 5 feet 10 inches tall, weighed around 200 pounds, and had a muscular build. He also had dark spiked hair, a bit of stubble instead of a full beard, and strikingly white teeth, almost unnaturally so. I arrived at the restaurant about 5 minutes early. Luckily, Mark had called the day before to reserve a table for 2. As I was escorted to our table, nerves kicked in. I always wondered what was more awkward, arriving first and sitting alone, or walking in to find your date already waiting and watching. That night, I wore heels. I'm a bit clumsy, especially when I'm nervous, so it was probably for the best that I was the first to arrive. I settled into my seat, and the waitress offered me a drink. I declined, preferring to wait for Mark. It felt polite to do so. She then handed me the menus for drinks and food, asking me to start thinking about what I might like to order. I took the menus from her and began to look through them, trying to distract myself from my growing anxiety. I had been to Chinese restaurants before. It wasn't something extraordinary for me. The real purpose of being there was the date, to meet this man named Eric. Minutes ticked by, and Eric was nowhere in sight. It was past 7 o'clock, the time we agreed to meet. I figured it wasn't a huge issue. Maybe he was caught in traffic or lost his way. I was prepared to wait even if he was 20 minutes late. He could have called. After all, he had my number. Eventually, he arrived 10 minutes late. I pretended to scrutinize the menu, though I had already chosen what I wanted. When Eric entered, I noticed he wasn't the 5'10" inches he claimed to be. He looked about my height, 5'6". This was a bit disappointing, but I knew it was common for men to add a few inches to their height online. I decided not to let this initial lie ruin our evening. As he approached, I stood up, greeted him with a hug and a peck on the cheek. The greeting was awkward and he seemed to lack confidence. He was handsome, with sharp facial features and a neat stubble. Thankfully, his photos had been accurate. But there was a tension from the start, something unsettling about Eric's demeanor. As we sat down, his legs shook uncontrollably, like someone with restless leg syndrome. This was quite distracting, but I assumed he was just nervous about the date. The conversation stumbled along with awkward pauses. He asked typical questions. Was I studying or working? Just as the silence grew too heavy, the waitress came over and we ordered drinks and starters. The restaurant had filled up by now. It was around 7:20, and the noise level had increased significantly. Everyone seemed to have made reservations, and we had to speak louder to hear each other. The starters were delicious, and we proceeded to order our main courses. As we ate, Eric became increasingly jittery. His knee bounced so vigorously it knocked the underside of the table, causing our glasses and bowls to rattle. He avoided eye contact, glancing away whenever I tried to look him in the eyes, never holding my gaze for more than a moment. This was shaping up to be one of the most uncomfortable dates I'd ever been on, but it wasn't over yet. The restaurant was now buzzing with activity. Every table was occupied. Midway through the meal, I decided to visit the restroom. I informed Eric, and he merely hummed in response. In the restroom, I took a moment to check my appearance in the mirror and use the facilities, as one typically does. When I returned from the restroom, something very odd happened. As I approached our table, Eric was there, still focused on his meal. I sat down, and suddenly, a woman from a nearby table rushed towards us. She grabbed my drink abruptly and demanded I stand up. "You need to come with me now, outside," she said sternly. Confused, I glanced at Eric, wondering what was happening. He didn't look up or acknowledge the situation, just kept his eyes on his food. I followed the woman outside. She was about my height, with gray hair, and appeared to be in her mid to late 50s. She took my wine glass with her, opened the restaurant door, and led me outside. After making sure the door had closed behind us, she urgently told me to leave and never return. She revealed that while I was in the restroom, Eric had spiked my drink. She had seen him drop something into it, causing it to fizz and dissolve. "Go down the street and don't look back," she instructed. As we peered back into the restaurant, we saw Eric slowly standing, looking towards the door. The woman quickly dumped the wine into a flower container outside and urged me to hide in the store next to the restaurant. She said she would confront Eric to buy me some time and told me to call the police immediately. I rushed into the nearby convenience store, which was something like a 7-Eleven. I explained to the clerk that someone had attempted to drug me and might be following me. He quickly led me to the back rooms of the store and instructed me to dial 911 from their landline. I hid there until the police arrived. According to the woman who had helped me, she told Eric that I had left, and he simply walked away. When the police arrived, they couldn't find him. Even though city cameras captured some footage of him, they couldn't track down his address or real name. The dating app was unable to locate his GPS or IP address, so he was never caught. I never learned the name of the woman who saved me that night. She was a true guardian angel, and without her intervention, I dread to think what might have happened. This terrifying experience has completely turned me off from dating. It was a shocking and traumatic ordeal that could have ended much worse. Both the store clerk and the mysterious woman were instrumental in saving me from a potentially deadly situation. Back in 2017, when I was 19 years old, I found myself on a first date with a boy I had met at a local bowling center. At that time, I was always looking for reasons to get out of my house. My parents argued a lot, which made home a pretty awful place to be. The constant stress and shouting created a really bad environment for someone my age, so I tried to stay away as much as possible. I'd hang out with friends, go to sleepovers from Friday to Monday, or even stay at hotels. Going on dates was another excuse for me not to sleep at home. Things were really tough. On one of those dates, I met this guy. After we met at the bowling center, we started talking and exchanged phone numbers. We agreed to meet up, just the two of us. For our date, we didn't plan anything fancy. Since we were both too young to go to bars, we thought it would be fun to go to Walmart, buy some snacks and food, and then head to the nearby park. I had only met this guy once before, but he seemed pretty cool and didn't give me any reason to suspect anything bad. I usually have a good sense of people's character. Because of the constant tension at home, I had learned to read my parents' emotions very well. I knew when my dad was angry and likely to lose his temper, and I could tell when my mom was stressed or frightened. This helped me understand other people's behavior quickly, and I could usually tell who was genuine and who wasn't. This guy gave off a genuine vibe, which is why what happened next on our date wasn't really about him. After our trip to Walmart, we drove his truck to the park. The park had a skate park area with a big curved bowl structure used by skateboarders. I never learned the official name for these things since I was never into skating. We sat near this structure in the darkness. The park was empty, silent, and pitch black, making it a bit eerie. I was eating a pack of Cheetos, not really caring about my breath around him. It's funny to think about that now. I believe he was drinking some soda, although my memory might be a bit fuzzy. But I remember the sound of him popping open a can. As we sat there, the night around us was eerily quiet. There was a slight breeze that was cool, but not too cold, which felt kind of nice. I remember wearing a jacket, jeans, and some comfortable shoes. We were both just sitting there, legs hanging off the edge of the skate bowl, eating our snacks, when suddenly we heard rustling noises coming from the bushes and trees just behind us. At first, it was just a slight noise, like something moving stealthily through the leaves. I glanced over at Tom, who was sitting on my right. He stopped mid-sip from his soda can and set it down between us. He turned his head slowly towards the noise, trying to peer through the darkness to see what was there. For a couple of seconds, the noise stopped. Then, very clearly, we heard what sounded like something, or someone, climbing out of the bushes. The sound was heavy, like the thud of a large animal, or worse, a person. Tom looked at me, his eyes wide. By this time, I had stopped munching on my Cheetos. My jaw was tight with fear. "It's probably just a cat," Tom tried to reassure me, his voice uncertain. "Or maybe a dog?" But the suggestion seemed unconvincing given the heaviness of the sounds. It was almost midnight, and we had no light with us. Our eyes had somewhat adjusted to the darkness, aided only by the nearly full moon which illuminated the open space around us, but not the dense bushes behind us. Whatever was there, it stayed hidden in the shadows, making it impossible to see clearly. We sat in silence for a few more minutes, neither of us daring to resume eating. The relaxed mood of our date had completely changed. We felt tense, as if we were being watched, or as if someone was creeping up on us. Suddenly, the rustling started again, but this time it was louder and more distinct. Tom swore he saw something move quickly from one bush to another. He gasped a little when he saw it, and I could tell he was scared. "Did you see that?" he whispered to me, his voice shaky. "Something's definitely there." The atmosphere was thick with tension, and every sound seemed amplified in the silence of the park. We sat there, not moving, barely breathing, straining our ears for any hint of movement. The sense of dread grew with each passing minute, as we realized that this was no ordinary interruption on a night out. Something unsettling was lurking close by, hidden in the darkness just beyond our sight. Tom quickly stood up, grabbed his half-full soda can, and threw it into the bushes, hoping to scare off whatever was hiding there. But there was no reaction. No sound of an animal running away. Nothing. That's when I suggested we should probably leave. We quickly packed up our snacks, which were scattered all around us, stuffed them into his bag, and headed back to his truck. The parking lot was just a short walk from the skate bowl, maybe about 10 steps or so. As we reached his truck and were putting the snack bag in the trunk, I glanced towards the bushes. Standing there was a figure dressed in a clown outfit, holding what appeared to be a 20-inch machete. The blade shimmered under the moonlight, and it looked like it was covered in blood. Tom let out a loud scream, the loudest I'd ever heard from anyone. It was a scream full of terror, as if he was genuinely fearing for his life. He frantically scrambled for his keys to unlock the driver's side door. Meanwhile, I was panicking too, my whole body shaking uncontrollably. I could barely stand as fear gripped me. Tom's truck was an old model, probably from the 90s, and it didn't have automatic locks. He struggled to fit the key into the lock because he was shaking so much. I crouched behind the truck, peering occasionally at the clown, who remained eerily still, just staring at us. It never crossed my mind that this could be a prank. It wasn't Halloween or April Fool's Day, and there were no cameras in sight. This felt all too real. Finally, Tom managed to unlock the door. He swung it open, reached into the glove compartment, and pulled out a handgun. In seconds, he began firing towards the clown. The clown quickly ducked back into the bushes. After firing a few rounds, Tom stopped shooting, threw the gun back into the glove box, and shouted at me to get into the truck. I jumped into the passenger seat, and we slammed the doors shut. Tom hit the gas, and we sped away from the park. We drove without stopping, running through every stop sign. We drove like that for about 20 minutes. I know it wasn't right, but we were too scared to slow down. We felt like our lives were in real danger. I don't know what that clown was planning to do, or what he was thinking, but that night remains the most terrifying experience of my life. It happened to be on one of my first dates, and surprisingly, the guy I was with might have actually saved my life. "4 months ago, I moved to Ohio to start a new job in Columbus. I managed to find an apartment only 15 minutes away from work. This was great because it meant I didn't have to travel too far every day. Back in my old job, I had to commute for an hour each way, which really cut into my sleep time. A few months after settling into my new job, I started thinking about dating. I noticed a few interesting women at work. Sadly, when I tried to ask one out, it turned out she wasn't interested in men and was actually dating another woman from the finance department. That was unexpected, I thought to myself. The next woman I approached was very outgoing and always nice to me. But when I invited her for a drink, she kindly declined, saying she was married with kids, and her husband wouldn't appreciate it. My last try was with a friendly receptionist who always laughed at my jokes. I thought I had a chance there, but when I asked her out, she also said no. My confidence was pretty shaken after striking out 3 times. So, for the following weeks, I just focused on my work and kept to myself. One Friday evening after work, I grabbed some takeout, opened a can of beer, and turned on the TV. The first thing I saw was an ad for a dating website promising to find the perfect match for a small fee. I decided to try my luck and signed up for 3 different dating sites, hoping to increase my chances of finding someone. I tried to make my profile as interesting as possible, hoping to attract the right kind of match. But I soon found out that online dating wasn't as straightforward as it seemed. Many people didn't really match their profiles. Some were completely different, just like catfish. Finally, I got a promising match. We chatted by email and agreed to meet the next week at a downtown bar at 8 p.m. We would both bring a book so we could recognize each other. I arrived 10 minutes early and found a quiet table. Right at 8 p.m., a tall, pretty woman with a book walked in and headed to the bar. This was our sign to recognize each other, holding books. She looked around, saw me, and walked over. "You must be Mike," she said, checking if I was the person she was supposed to meet. "Yeah, but please call me Mikey," I responded, smiling back. She introduced herself then. "I'm Sally on the internet, but my real name is Samantha." She sat down and I got us drinks. She seemed nice and quite self-assured. I asked if my height was an issue since she was quite tall. She laughed it off, saying it was the person that mattered, not their height. Relieved, I felt better, as I'm about average height for a man. She suddenly grabbed my book from the table. "Let's stash these away. We don't want people thinking we're librarians," she joked. Just then, another woman walked into the bar, also holding a book, and went straight to the bar. "That's odd. She's also tall and has bright red hair. What a coincidence," I thought to myself. Samantha noticed my distraction and suggested, "Shall we go somewhere a bit quieter?" I agreed, and we left the bar, her leading the way. I didn't mind following. She was quite captivating. As Samantha led the way, I noticed how she kept glancing back, as if making sure the red-haired girl at the bar wasn't following us. Trying to lighten the mood, I asked, "Is she a friend of yours?" Samantha turned to me, her expression suddenly serious, and said flatly, "No." Then she walked out the door and I hurried after her. Outside, she pointed to a dark sedan parked across the street. "That's my car over there." "You brought your car, right?" she asked. "Yes," I replied. "Good, follow me." And with that, she was off. As I followed her, I realized she hadn't mentioned which bar we were going to next. We drove for what seemed like half an hour, leaving Columbus and heading towards a small town called Newark. Suddenly, she veered off onto a barely lit side road. The area became increasingly secluded, and I couldn't help thinking this was getting weird. Hopefully this bar is worth the drive, I thought to myself. Her car's brake lights glowed red as she turned left onto a rough, bumpy track. We continued for about 5 minutes until I saw a light ahead through the trees. Her car turned into a driveway leading to a large old house, hidden by shadows. Instead of stopping at the front, she drove around to the side where 2 large barns stood under dim lights, barely lighting the area. I parked next to her, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. As she got out of her car, she flashed a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "I thought we were heading to a bar in town," I said, confused. She chuckled. "I thought about it, but then I decided to bring you here instead. You should feel special. Come on." I locked my car and followed her across the yard toward the house, passing by several old cars parked near the barns. "Having a party or something?" I joked, looking at the cars. "No," she replied. "No party. These cars are just old family keepsakes. I'm not ready to let them go." Her voice was oddly sentimental. A strong, unpleasant smell hit me and I grimaced. "Is there a farm nearby? Smells like animals." "No farm," she said, "but we do keep some pigs out back. The smell gets strong when the wind shifts. Sorry about that." At the back door, she paused and looked at me curiously. "You don't have any pet allergies, do you?" "No, why?" I asked, starting to feel uneasy. "That's good. I have a few cats." She opened the door, and as the light spilled out, she called into the house. "Mum's home. Where are my babies?" Immediately, 3 cats darted into the kitchen, meowing loudly, followed by 5 more, all clamoring for her attention. My initial thought was, oh no, she's one of those cat people. She sat down, and the cats all tried to climb onto her lap. I stood there watching the chaotic affection of the cats, thinking, definitely a cat lady. She stood up and smiled at me again. "Now you see why I asked about allergies. Can I get you something to drink?" "Yeah, a beer would be great." I replied, trying to sound relaxed. Great. I'll show you to the lounge first, she said, leading me through to a large room decorated with more cat paraphernalia and a huge fireplace. The atmosphere was cozy, yet something felt off. As she went to get the drinks, I couldn't shake the feeling that tonight might unfold into something beyond the ordinary. Samantha watched as I struggled to stand, her smile never fading. The bathroom is just down the hallway. First door on your left, she said, pointing casually. I tried to get up, but my legs felt like they were made of rubber. I collapsed back into the chair, feeling a wave of weakness wash over me. Samantha's eyes sparkled a bit too brightly as she watched me struggle. What's happening to me? I muttered, trying to grip the arms of the chair. Samantha tilted her head, her smile growing wider. Oh, Danny, how are you feeling? Her voice was soft, but carried a chilling undertone that made me shiver. I tried to answer, but my words slurred together. My arms and legs wouldn't listen to me. It was like they weren't mine anymore. I don't know. I feel weird, I managed to say, my voice weak. Samantha stood up smoothly and walked over to the side table where the keys lay scattered. She picked up a keychain, twirling it between her fingers. Sometimes we meet people who seem perfect at first, she began, her voice now eerily calm. But not everyone turns out to be who we expect them to be, right? Her words sent a chill down my spine. I tried to focus on her face, but it was becoming difficult to keep my eyes open. You see, Danny, I like to collect things, she continued, moving closer. Memories, moments, and sometimes people. People who think they can just come into my life and then leave whenever they want. I struggled to comprehend her words, feeling the room spin around me. What did you do to me? I asked, my speech heavy and slow. Just a little something to help you relax, she replied, her voice now a whisper as she leaned closer. You looked so tense, so worried. I want you to enjoy your time here with me. Panic set in as I realized I was not in control of my body. My mind raced to find a way out, but my limbs wouldn't cooperate. I watched helplessly as Samantha placed the keychain back on the table and picked up one of the many cat figurines. You know, Danny, each one of these represents someone special who came to visit. You'll be staying a bit longer than you planned, she said softly, almost tenderly. I wanted to scream, to run, but all I could do was sit there, trapped in my own body, as Samantha continued to talk about her collection. The cats around us seemed to sense the change in the air, their eyes fixed on me with a newfound intensity. As the reality of my situation set in, I realized this was no ordinary date, and Samantha was no ordinary woman. I was caught in a horror that I had not anticipated, far from any help, in the hands of a woman who saw me not as a guest, but as an addition to her chilling collection. I was sure something terrible was happening to me. I begged her to call for help. No, she said calmly. That's not necessary. It's just the drug I put in your drink. It makes it hard for you to move your arms and legs, but you can still breathe. I couldn't even properly panic. She admitted everything right in front of me, smiling. Men who use these dating sites are often predators, just looking for one thing, not true love. I've had a terrible experience before, and now I protect other women who might be hurt by men like them. My heart raced with fear. She was planning to kill me. I tried to yell for help. Help! Someone call the police! But my voice was just a faint whisper. Susan chuckled. The drug also affects your vocal cords? Quite effective, isn't it? She left the room and returned with a large wheelbarrow. Opening the patio doors, she came over to me and said, Time to go, Danny. She lifted me effortlessly, placed me in the wheelbarrow, and wheeled me outside. We're off to see the pigs, she sang. They always enjoy fresh meat. I tried to scream again, but no sound came out. I couldn't move at all. I was completely paralyzed. Suddenly, a bright light shone directly in my face. Susan looked shocked and started to wheel me backward. Stop right there! A woman's voice commanded. Susan, the woman continued, you need to stop this. I'm protecting you. The light lowered, and I could see it was the red-haired woman from the bar, holding a flashlight in one hand and a gun in the other. I've called the police. They're on their way. It's over, Susan cried out. Sarah, you're my own sister. How could you betray me like this? As sirens sounded in the distance, police arrived, guns drawn, and instructed the red-haired woman, now identified as Sarah, to put down her gun. It turned out the cars belonged to missing men who Susan had lured and presumably fed to her pigs. Police suspected there could be as many as 6 other victims still unaccounted for. After 2 days in the hospital recovering from the drug, I learned that Susan had intercepted my emails with Sarah, her sister, and had shown up in her place after sabotaging Sarah's car to delay her. Susan was arrested and charged with murder, though the full extent of her crimes remained unclear. This ordeal taught me a harsh lesson. A simple drug can incapacitate anyone, no matter their size. It's a dangerous world, especially on blind dates. Thanks to her sister Sarah, I survived what could have been a gruesome death. And in a twist of fate, Sarah and I started dating after the incident. Looking back, it's surreal to think how close I came to a fatal end. But through this nightmare, I found something truly good. My relationship with Sarah. She saved my life, and for that, I'm forever grateful. I was on a first date with a girl named Amy, and she almost choked to death in the movie theater. We decided to watch a movie and ended up choosing the Transformers film. We weren't sure what to watch, but we thought a movie like that might be a bit silly and fun. As we started watching, we endured the usual long string of ads and trailers that seemed to last forever. Amy chose a big bucket of popcorn, half sweet and half salty, while I picked up some candies and a soda. We found seats not too far from the screen, about 3 rows back. Because of our close seats, my eyes were struggling right from the start. I had forgotten my glasses, so I had to squint the entire time, which was quite uncomfortable and straining. About halfway through the movie, Amy started to choke. After her 5th cough, I realized something serious was happening. She had accidentally swallowed a popcorn kernel whole, and it had gotten stuck in her throat, blocking her airway. There she was, choking amid a loud action scene in Transformers, while I frantically tried to figure out how to help her. I didn't know what to do. I had no idea about first aid, but there we were in a cinema full of people watching this movie, and Amy couldn't breathe. The first thing I thought of was to stand her up and try that emergency move where you squeeze someone's ribs from behind. I didn't even know the name of the move, but I had seen a few videos online and knew it could work. It was hard to believe that something as small and soft as popcorn could cause such trouble. But it seemed Amy had just been swallowing it without chewing properly, maybe even 6 or 7 pieces at once. So there we were, standing in the middle of the aisle, on the steps of the cinema, and I was desperately trying to get the popcorn out of her throat while the movie kept playing. By now, several people had noticed our struggle and realized what was happening. It must have been about 2 whole minutes now, and Amy was still choking and not breathing well. So a group of people helped carry her into the hallway, closed the cinema door, and quickly called for first aid and security. They dialed 911, but eventually someone managed to perform the maneuver where they raised her arms above her head and then squeezed her lower torso. Finally, a couple of popcorn pieces flew out of her mouth. Then Amy started gasping for air, her face turning bright red from the near-death experience on our first date at the Transformers movie. Oddly enough, Amy is still my girlfriend to this day. We often talk about that night, especially now that we're engaged. It will probably be the highlight of my best man speech at our wedding next year. He wasn't there, but I've told him the story many times and he finds it incredibly funny. Looking back, it does seem a bit humorous. But at the moment, it was terrifying. I can laugh with Amy about it now, but the truth is she could have died that night. No one wants to think about dying in a cinema from choking on popcorn. Eventually, someone did manage to save her, and while I like to say I saved her life, the truth is, I didn't really know how to help, or what move made the difference. I still don't even know how to put someone in the recovery position if needed, which is quite worrying. I should probably sign up for a local first aid course. That night was a shock and an eye-opener, but also a story that Amy and I will always remember. This story isn't like those strange love tales you often hear. This one made me cautious about the people I meet on the internet. I started chatting with Jake on a dating website. Right from the start, we hit it off. He was easy to talk to, and it seemed like he knew everything I did. Sometimes we disagreed, but nothing big enough to keep us from talking for more than a couple of hours. For the first couple of months, We never talked about meeting in person. I was fine with that. Most guys I've met just want to rush things, but I'm looking for something real. I didn't want just a fling, so I was happy just chatting online. There was no pressure from either side. It felt right because we both had more important things to focus on in our lives. I started to think my friends were right. Maybe I shouldn't waste time on a relationship that was just online. I was okay with being single for a long time. Even though he lived just an hour away by bus, I never thought of visiting him. That's because my last relationship ended terribly. I caught my ex cheating on me. It hurt a lot. Now, meeting someone new is tough, and I didn't want to mess things up with Jake, but I declined when he suggested we meet. I thought I was doing the right thing, but Jake got upset and didn't talk to me for a whole day. I knew I should have just moved on when he got mad, but I couldn't. I had invested so much time in our relationship, and I wasn't ready to let go over a small fight. I said sorry the next day, and so did he. Things went back to normal as if nothing had happened. Linda, my closest friend, was curious about Jake. I didn't mind her meeting him, but the truth was, I hadn't met him myself. We'd video chatted, texted, and shared photos, but it's not the same as meeting in person. One afternoon at work, I received a text from Jake. His messages always made me smile. "Hey, I know it's only been a few hours since we last spoke, but I miss you already. Hope you're having a great day." I read his text out loud and smiled. Then an idea popped into my head, so I texted back. "Jake, remember you once asked about grabbing coffee, and I said no?" I wrote casually. He replied quickly, "Yes. I remember saying I wouldn't ask again until you felt ready." "What if I said I'm ready now?" I asked. "Melissa, if you want to go on a date, just say the word. You know, you just have to tell me when you're ready," he replied. I paused to think about it. I saw his message but didn't respond right away. I was hesitant. What if he wasn't what I expected, or something went wrong? Maybe the problem was me, but I couldn't admit it. That evening, after returning from work, I lay on my couch lost in thought. After a while, I decided to call Cindy. "I know you're calling just to bug me. What's up?" she answered. "Could you be a bit nicer? Imagine, I was kidnapped and replaced by someone else just now," I joked. "Seriously though, I need your advice on something. And before you say anything, don't judge me. Just tell me what you think, okay?" I sighed. "All right, shoot," she replied, ready to listen. "I think I'm ready to meet. How about this Saturday?" I hesitated before sending the message, but finally I pressed send. Waiting for his reply was nerve-wracking. My mind raced with possibilities. What if he was different in person? What if he wasn't the kind-hearted man I'd come to know online? The idea sent a chill down my spine. Jake's response came quickly. "Saturday sounds perfect. How about the old cafe downtown at 5 p.m.? It's quiet and has a nice vibe." "That sounds great," I typed back, trying to sound more confident than I felt. As I set down my phone, a strange feeling washed over me. The night was unusually silent, and a sense of unease crept up my spine. I shrugged it off as just nerves about the upcoming date. The next few days went by in a blur of work and restless nights. Images of my last disastrous relationship haunted me, and the fear of history repeating itself gnawed at my thoughts. Finally, Saturday arrived. I dressed carefully, choosing an outfit that was both comfortable and flattering. As I looked at myself in the mirror, I tried to muster some excitement, but all I could feel was a growing sense of dread. I arrived at the cafe a few minutes early. The place was more secluded than I remembered, nestled between two old, worn-down buildings. The setting sun cast long shadows, and the wind whistled through the narrow alley, making the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I stepped inside the cafe, and the cozy warmth did little to ease my nerves. I scanned the room and saw Jake sitting at a table in the corner. He looked up and smiled, his face a reassuring sight. "Melissa, over here," he called out gently. As I approached, I noticed something odd about the way he was sitting, rigid and too perfectly poised, like a mannequin. His smile was a bit too wide, too forced. We exchanged greetings and he offered me a cup of coffee. As he handed it to me, his fingers brushed against mine. They were ice cold. "So, Melissa," he began, his voice lower than it had been on our calls. "Tell me everything about your day." I tried to focus on the conversation, but his intense gaze made me uncomfortable. As I spoke, he leaned in closer, nodding at everything I said, but his eyes never blinked. Halfway through my story about work, I paused. Jake's face seemed to twitch unnaturally, and for a split second, I thought I saw something dark flash across his expression. "Is everything okay?" I asked, my voice trembling slightly. "Perfectly," he replied quickly, his voice smooth as silk but with a hint of something I couldn't quite place. It sounded almost delighted. The conversation continued, but with each passing minute I felt more trapped. Jake's questions grew more probing, and his demeanor shifted subtly from charming to unnerving. As the evening wore on, the cafe emptied, leaving us alone in the dim light. My discomfort grew until it was almost palpable, filling the space between us like a thick fog. I excused myself to go to the bathroom, my heart pounding in my chest. In the mirror, I saw my pale face and wide, scared eyes staring back at me. What was happening? Was I overreacting? Or was there something truly wrong with Jake? I decided I couldn't go through with the rest of the evening. I texted my friend Cindy, asking her to call me with an emergency in 5 minutes. As I waited, I rehearsed my escape, planning to leave as soon as I got the call. But when I returned to the table, Jake was standing, his expression dark and unreadable. "Leaving so soon?" he asked, his tone cold and menacing. I froze, realizing that the man before me might not be the Jake I thought I knew. The horror of the situation was clear. I was alone with a stranger who might not have my best interests at heart. My breaths were quick and loud as I stumbled through the tall stalks of corn. The night was dark, and the moon only gave off a weak light that barely helped me see my path. Every sound made me jump. The rustling leaves, my own footsteps, even my heart pounding in my chest felt too loud in the eerie silence of the field. "Melissa, don't make this harder than it has to be," Jake's voice echoed behind me, terrifying and cold. I pushed myself harder, ignoring the sharp pain shooting through my leg. I knew I couldn't stop, not even to catch my breath. I had to get away from him. The thought of what would happen if he caught me spurred me on, fear giving me a burst of desperate energy. As I ran, my mind raced with questions. How could I have been so wrong about Jake? What did he want from me? Was this all a game to him from the beginning? The betrayal stung almost as much as the wound in my arm. Suddenly, I tripped over a hidden dip in the ground and fell hard. The air was knocked out of me, and for a moment, I lay there gasping, trying to recover. Pain flared up in my arm and leg, reminding me of my dire situation. I scrambled to my feet, limping as fast as I could. I could hear Jake's footsteps getting closer. He was enjoying this, the chase, the fear he instilled in me. "You can't run forever, Melissa. It's just a matter of time," he shouted, his voice filled with a twisted excitement that made my skin crawl. I glanced back and saw his silhouette not far behind, moving quickly through the cornfield. Panic surged through me. I needed to hide, to find some way to escape him. Up ahead, I saw a slight break in the cornfield. With the last bit of strength I had, I pushed toward it, hoping it might lead to a road or a house, somewhere I could find help. As I reached the edge of the cornfield, I broke into a small clearing. There was an old abandoned farmhouse a short distance away. It looked like it might fall apart at any touch, but it was my only chance. Without hesitation, I ran toward the farmhouse, my breaths ragged, my injuries screaming with every step. I reached the door and threw myself inside, slamming it shut behind me. The house was dark and smelled of damp and decay, but it offered a momentary refuge. I leaned against the door, trying to steady my breathing. I needed to think, to plan my next move. But before I could gather my thoughts, I heard Jake's footsteps outside. He was close. Too close. "Melissa, come out. This doesn't have to end badly." His voice was coaxing now, but underneath the calmness there was an undeniable threat. Terror gripped me again. I looked around frantically for something to defend myself with or another way out. The house creaked ominously, and somewhere in the darkness, a window shattered. The sound made me jump, and I realized this nightmare was far from over. I moved away from the door, deeper into the shadows of the house, my heart pounding. I had to survive, to find a way out. But as Jake's shadow appeared at the broken window, blocking the moonlight, I knew escaping him wouldn't be easy. He was determined, and now so was I. The fight was far from over and I had to be ready for anything. My body hurt, and my legs were heavy as lead. My heart pounded so loud I could hear it over my own desperate breaths. Jake's footsteps grew louder and closer with every second. I pushed myself to keep running, to keep ahead of him. The fear of him catching me made me ignore the pain and tiredness. I ran past a broken fence, hearing footsteps right behind me. I dared not stop. I felt him almost touching my back, so I sprinted towards a dark area ahead. My legs weakened. I had lost much blood and my sleeve was soaked with it. I wasn't sure how much longer I could run. Suddenly my strength gave out, and I fell to the ground in the middle of the cornfield. Each second I spent running from Jake was a second spent in fear of what he might do. Tears streamed down my face as I heard the corn stalks bending. Jake was coming towards me. I couldn't move. Then there he was, with that horrible smile, knowing I was trapped. "There you are, my pretty little thing," Jake said as he closed in. I whimpered in fear. "That's sad, but I think I've had my fun." Jake raised his gun, aiming it at me, but then there was the sound of another gun being readied. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," a calm voice said. I looked up and saw an old man standing there with a shotgun. He fired, and Jake was knocked back a few feet. Too tired to move, I lay there on the ground, unable to react. "Are you okay, young lady?" the old man asked. I couldn't speak. My throat was too dry. The next thing I knew, I heard police sirens getting louder. I ended up in the hospital. The old man came with me. He had heard my cries for help. Jake didn't make it. The old man had acted in self-defense and in defense of me. All charges were dropped. It's been 2 weeks since that night, a night I'll never forget. My wounds have healed, and I can use my arm again. One thing is certain, I'm never dating online again. I've learned my lesson the hardest way possible. I need to share this story because it feels too weird to be true. I still can't believe it happened. I'm not sure if this is the best place to post this, but I hope it fits here. Sorry in advance, this might be a long post. Last autumn, I decided to seriously try dating apps. I wanted to meet new people. After graduating from college in May, I moved back home. It was still early in the COVID pandemic and I felt pretty lonely. I'd always used Tinder, but a friend suggested I try Bumble. At first, I enjoyed it. I matched with several guys. They were okay, but our chats didn't lead anywhere. I didn't really connect with anyone. One guy I matched with asked for my Snapchat, which I gave him, and we followed each other on Instagram too. I thought sharing my social media was harmless. Our conversations were short, and we stopped talking after a few days. He was a bit odd, and I wasn't interested. Months later, he messaged me on Instagram. He said he unfollowed me because I supported Joe Biden, and then he sent me over 40 messages trying to change my mind to support Trump. I'm quite liberal, and if I had known his views earlier, I wouldn't have talked to him at all. He tried to explain his point of view, saying others had blocked him for the same reason, and he just wanted me to understand him. He ended his barrage of messages with memes, trying to lighten the mood of our one-sided conversation. We hadn't talked enough for him to be so forward with me. I didn't reply to him. I didn't even block him. I just let him see that I had read his messages, and then I unfollowed him. The next morning, all his messages were gone, erased by him. It scared me so much that I recorded it and showed it to my friend because it felt really creepy and strange. After that, I didn't think about him anymore and moved on with my life. A few weeks back, I was on Facebook and saw a news report from a town about an hour away from me. It was the town where this guy lived. The news was horrifying. A man had shot and killed an elderly woman in his building with a rifle. He was trying to force other people out of their homes when another neighbor shot him to stop the attack. As I read the report, the man's name and face looked familiar. Then it hit me. It was the same guy. I checked the screen recording of our old messages to make sure, and it was indeed him. My heart pounded, and I felt sick realizing I had actually talked to him, that weird guy from the dating app. It's deeply unsettling to think I had any interaction with him at all. It's been weeks since I learned about this and it still haunts me. Just today, I read more details about the incident. Sometimes I can't help but think about the what-ifs. What if I had answered his messages and called him out for being creepy? What if that had angered him enough to come after me? It's terrifying to consider. I sincerely hope the woman he killed is at peace now. Thank you for listening to my story, and please, be careful with people you meet online. You never really know who they are or what they might do. Looking back now, it all happened so fast it's hard to know where to start. Maybe a good starting point is when I first met my brother's girlfriend, who I'll call Ava. It was early May 2021, and although my brother, who I'll call Leo, had been seeing her for a few weeks, I had only glimpsed her when she came over. She and Leo would head straight to his room, so I never really talked to her until that time. Leo mentioned she was quite shy and worried we might not like her, which I could understand. But I was also curious to meet the girl who had captivated so much of Leo's time. Honestly, he was always on his phone texting her. Leo told me we were finally going to meet Ava one weekend. She lived about half an hour away, and usually took a cab to where my brother and our cousins lived. But that day, she said she didn't have enough money for a cab and would walk instead, which could take a few hours. Leo couldn't drive. He hadn't wanted to since a car accident a few years back, so he tried to arrange another ride for her, but she declined. She wanted to impress me and our mom by not seeming too needy before we even met. So Leo and I waited for her that afternoon, Leo texting her constantly, checking how she was and how close she was, until she finally arrived. I think it's important to mention that Leo had shared a bit about her, like her extremely strict dad, who would be furious if he knew she had a boyfriend. He had even threatened to harm any boy she dated. After hearing this, Mom wasn't too keen on her. It was clear Ava really wanted to make a good impression. The afternoon went smoothly. Ava was wonderful, and I could see why Leo was so taken with her. They were so alike, even sharing a love for quirky hats. That day, Ava met me, a few of our friends, my dad, my other brother, and his family. Everyone seemed to adore her. She had a way of charming everyone she met. However, something odd happened when we were hanging out with our friends, Max and Sam. After we introduced her, Max looked at Ava strangely and seemed confused. Leo and I noticed and looked at him puzzled. Then Max asked Ava, "Hey, do I know you? You're Maggie, right?" He suggested that they might have dated or something in the past. This confused us even more because Leo had just introduced her as his girlfriend, Ava, not Maggie. Ava quickly denied it, saying she had a cousin named Maggie, who had unfortunately passed away recently. Max wasn't convinced, though, still sure Ava was the girl he remembered. We brushed it off as Max often mixed up details, and attributed it to that, and the coincidence of her having a cousin named Maggie. Despite the confusion, we stayed a bit longer, chatting about things on Sam's driveway that I can't quite recall now. Ava had met everyone that night, but there wasn't much else worth noting. As weeks passed, it was now the end of May or early June, and Ava and I had grown quite close. She finally met my mom, who instantly adored her just as my dad had. Although Leo was 2 years older than I, we shared the same circle of friends, although everyone was starting to go their separate ways, except for Max, Sam, and our other friends. Will, his girlfriend Lucy, and our friend Jack, who was about to move away. We all hung out quite a bit, and aside from another minor clash between Max and Ava, things were smoothing out. We learned more about Ava, like she had a big family with an older brother and sister, a younger brother, and 3 younger sisters, one of whom needed special care. She also shared that she and her mom had serious conflicts, so much so that her mom had given her an ultimatum: find a job or leave the house right after her upcoming high school graduation. Upon hearing this, Leo did everything he could to help her. He even persuaded my parents and our grandmother, who owned our house, to let Ava move in with us. For some context, my grandparents were former real estate agents and owned several houses, some of which they rented out or let family live in. At that time, Leo was living with some of our cousins, while I was still at home with our parents. Technically, Ava wouldn't be living with Leo, but with me and my parents. When asked if I was okay with Ava moving in, since we'd be sharing a room, I said yes, albeit hesitantly. I genuinely liked Ava. She was kind and made Leo very happy. But we had only known her a few months, and I was worried about potential problems from such a quick, big change. Nonetheless, Ava's only other option was to move far away with relatives she barely knew, so I agreed to the arrangement. By late June, when Leo and I went to pick up Ava and her belongings, She warned us that her parents might be arguing loudly when we arrived. Her dad disagreed with her mom about kicking her out, and their disagreements had reportedly escalated over the past week since Ava announced her move. Ava had also told her parents about her relationship with Leo, but he had yet to meet them because her dad was strongly opposed, and she feared he might harm Leo if they met. Given all this tension and Ava's strained relationship with her mom, she preferred to keep her personal life as private as possible. So, when my siblings and I arrived at Ava's house, we expected the worst. Instead, we found Ava calmly sitting outside with her bags packed, ready to leave. There was no sign of her parents or the loud arguments she had described. It was eerily quiet, almost too quiet, which felt strange because we had braced ourselves for chaos and a potentially angry confrontation with her dad, Saul. But there was just Ava waiting by herself, seemingly unaffected by any turmoil inside her home. We picked her up without any issues and drove her back to our place, where we helped her move in. Over the next few months, everything seemed normal until one night in early November. Ava and I were up late watching videos on YouTube. I noticed she was deeply engrossed in texting someone. Assuming she was messaging Leo, I didn't think much of it. We were sharing my mom's laptop, sitting close together, which made it easy to accidentally glance at her phone. What I saw surprised me. She wasn't texting Leo, but someone on Snapchat, and she called this person baby. I found it odd, but I kept quiet about it, not wanting to jump to conclusions over a snippet of their conversation. A few days later, curiosity got the better of me. Ava and Leo were in the living room, and she had left her phone in my room. Knowing she didn't use a password, I looked through her phone, a decision I immediately regretted. I discovered explicit messages to the same person I had seen her texting the other night. I was shocked. This was not the Ava I thought I knew. Feeling a responsibility to inform Leo, I told him what I had found. He confronted Ava right away, and they broke up on the spot. Distraught, Ava left the house and sat on the sidewalk, despite it being past midnight. Leo and I joined her outside, sitting in silence for a long time. Eventually, she stood up, walked back inside, and went straight to our room. She pulled out a small container from one of her boxes, a box she hadn't unpacked even after living with us for nearly 5 months. She then walked back outside, Leo and I trailing behind her. We asked her repeatedly what she was doing as she pulled out a bag full of various pills, a lighter, and some cigarettes. Dangerous for her, especially since she had chronic asthma. Ava then told us she was planning to end her life. The gravity of the situation hit us hard as we stood there, trying to process her words and the contents of the container. The night air felt heavier as we realized the depth of her despair, overshadowed by the secret she had kept hidden behind her calm exterior. Completely shaken, Leo and I followed Ava as she walked away, desperately pleading with her to come back to the house to talk things through. As I focused on calming Ava, I didn't notice Leo had stopped following. He had gone back to tell our parents what was happening and to call for emergency help. While walking, I tried to talk to Ava, telling her she could be angry, yell at me, or do anything she needed, just not to hurt herself. She questioned why I had looked through her phone, and honestly, I didn't have a clear answer. I just wanted her to be safe. Fortunately, the police and my mom reached us at a park not far from our house, and after some talking, Ava agreed to come back with us. A few days later, Leo and Ava had a long talk. Ava explained that the suspicious texts were from November 2018, before they met. Ava and I eventually resolved our issues too, and it seemed like everything was settling down, although I remained slightly uneasy about the whole situation. Ava suffered from bipolar depression, which could lead to intense emotional reactions, but the extremity of that night was something I never expected. Despite convincing everyone about the dates of the texts, I was almost certain they were recent. Yet if Leo was willing to forgive her and give her another chance, I thought I should too. After all, she was still his girlfriend and my roommate. By late January, Ava had been traveling between our house and her parents' house about once a month for orthodontist appointments since she and her younger brother had gotten braces recently. Her mom would take them to these appointments, which seemed odd considering Ava had told us she was kicked out. Ava explained that her mom used these visits as a chance for Ava to babysit her younger siblings. It was a strange arrangement, but it seemed to work for them. Ava also frequently visited her parents because her special needs sister was said to be epileptic and often needed hospital care. We never actually met her mom. Ava would always meet her at the car. One day, while Ava was being picked up, my dad happened to be watering the lawn and went over to say hello to her mom. When he brought up Ava, her mom looked confused. Sarah, my dad said. You know, your daughter? My daughter's name is Maggie, she replied, stunning my dad. It turned out Ava, or rather Maggie, had been lying about everything. She didn't have 6 siblings as claimed, just 2. A brother with braces and a sister who wasn't actually epileptic. All those hospital visits, they never happened. And she hadn't been kicked out. She moved out voluntarily after we agreed she could stay with us. Even the story about her dad opposing her having a boyfriend was fabricated. Her parents didn't even know she was dating. She had told them she was living with a friend and her grandma. After uncovering all this and sharing it, I thought back to the first day we met her. When Max recognized her as Maggie, he was right, but we all doubted him. Maggie was so convincing, even making Max question his own memory. Every story she shared with us turned out to be part of a complex web of lies that I'm still trying to fully comprehend. This whole experience has taught me a harsh lesson about being cautious with people you meet online. Leo met Maggie on a dating app, and looking back, I'm sure he regrets ever swiping right on her profile. And honestly, so do I. So, this strange thing happened when I was about 22 years old. I was using an online dating app called Plenty of Fish, trying to find a nice guy to date. I started chatting with a few men, but those conversations quickly turned inappropriate and even aggressive when I made it clear I wasn't interested in just hooking up. There was one man, probably 5 years older than me, who messaged me and behaved differently from the rest. Our chats were quite normal, and I decided to meet him in person when he suggested it. At that time, I was serving in the Navy, and it turned out he was too. We were actually stationed on the same base, though I lived off base. He told me he was a martial arts instructor and taught classes at the gym near the barracks. He seemed genuinely nice, so we arranged to go out, but there was something about him that made me uneasy. Usually I'm the funny one in the group, always cracking jokes and making people laugh. But this guy, he never reacted to any of my jokes. He just ignored them and continued the conversation as if I hadn't said anything funny at all. He felt almost too serious. I decided to just ignore it. The night before we were supposed to meet, I received a really weird phone call from a number that showed up as unknown. You know, those numbers you can't call back. I usually wouldn't have answered, but for some reason, I did that night. The voice on the other end was a woman's, and she sounded really upset. She started with, "Hello, is this..." and then she said my name. I hesitated. Who is this?" I asked. She quickly replied, "I know you have a date tomorrow with a guy from Plenty of Fish. Don't go, he's dangerous." I was shocked. She knew both my name and his, and I blurted out, "What? Who are you?" She begged me to listen. She explained she worked in IT for the Navy, which is how she managed to get into his account and see our messages, including my phone number. She used my number to find me in the base directory, and that's how she got my name and address, or so she claimed. This really scared me. She continued, saying that after she met him through Plenty of Fish, he took her to a secluded place and attacked her. I asked if she had reported it, but she said no because she was of a lower rank and feared no one would believe her. At this point, I didn't know if she was an angry ex-girlfriend or if what she was saying was true, but I wanted nothing to do with it either way. I thanked her for the warning and immediately called off the date. I didn't want any part of whatever this was, be it lies or truth, especially since she had gone through the trouble of tracking both him and me. Something about that whole thing felt very wrong. The next day, he called to ask why I had canceled. I made up an excuse, and then he said, "She contacted you, didn't she?" I was stunned into silence. Before I could respond, he just added, "I thought so," and ended the call. I blocked his number right after. After I finished college, I moved into a small townhouse. It had just one bedroom and was kind of split in the middle. I met a man named Tom on Plenty of Fish. Back then, I wasn't very careful about my online privacy. I've improved a bit since, but I used to be quite careless. Tom seemed nice, he was handsome, claimed he had a steady job, nice teeth, and looked like he took good care of himself. He ticked all the boxes for what I looked for in a partner. I care about looking good, and think it's important for my partner to do the same, especially in a professional setting. After chatting online for a week, we decided to meet. We chose a restaurant in the downtown area, which was quite far from where I lived. When I arrived, I saw him waiting at the entrance. We had dinner and the night went really well. At the end of the evening, I got into my car to head home. That's when I noticed Tom was following me. Since my house was far and the city was big, I wasn't worried at first. I thought he might exit the freeway soon, but he didn't. When my exit came up, I didn't take it. I just kept driving around the city, but he stayed right behind me. I started to get really nervous, so I decided to go to my friend Jane's place instead of heading home. When I finally took an exit, he kept going straight, which gave me a moment to breathe. Thinking it was safe, I changed my mind and headed home. After a shower as I was preparing for bed, I started to feel silly. Questions like, was it really him following me? And am I being paranoid? Ran through my mind. I decided to text him a simple message. Hey, I had a good time tonight. Good night. But just as I started typing, I received a message from him. A photo of my car parked outside my house. My heart stopped. I was shaking and speechless. Then he texted again saying, I didn't know you lived across the street from me. I knew all my neighbors, and I had never seen him before. There was a large apartment complex near my townhouse. Maybe he lived there? Unsure, I peeked outside and there he was, standing there as if waiting for me. I opened the door slightly, and he asked if he could come in to hang out. Exhausted and overwhelmed, I declined, saying I was too tired after such a long day. The next morning, I discovered my car was vandalized. Windshield smashed, body keyed, and 2 tires slashed. As I looked at the damage done to my car, Tom approached with 2 coffees, saying he wanted to surprise me with a morning treat. I was completely scared. I immediately called the police and reported the damage. Tom offered to drive me somewhere, but my instincts told me not to go with him. Instead, I phoned my boss to explain the situation and told him I couldn't come to work until the police arrived. Tom stayed around the whole time. When the police finally arrived, Tom began to act very strange. He walked away and hid behind his car. I gave all the details to the officers and filed a report. The officers mentioned hoping I had insurance as they prepared to leave. As they drove away, I suddenly heard sirens, then saw the police car's lights flash. An officer shouted, "Freeze! Put your hands in the air and get down on your knees." I looked over, and the officer had his gun pointed while Tom was being arrested on the ground. Afterwards, one officer stayed behind to explain to me that Tom was wanted for multiple charges, including stalking, violating probation, assault with a deadly weapon, fraud, and aggravated assault. I was completely shaken by this revelation. It took several days to process what could have potentially happened to me. About a week later, as I was leaving for work, I saw Tom sitting in my driveway. Despite the charges, in Canada, you're often free until your trial. I told him I was late for work but would call him later. I never went to work that day. Instead, I looked for a new apartment in a different part of the city. I changed my phone number and arranged for my friend's husband and his buddies to pack up my apartment. They stored my things at their place for a month before moving them to my new apartment. I was terrified that Tom might follow them during the move. So that's my frightening experience with meeting someone from Plenty of Fish, and I've decided never to use it again. So, I'm 23 and living in Oregon. Last winter, I decided to try out Tinder for the first time. Before this, I had used Hot or Not and Plenty of Fish, but mostly ended up interacting with fake profiles and scammers, which made me somewhat skeptical about online dating. One particularly dull Friday evening, I felt adventurous enough to download Tinder and see where it could lead. After setting up my profile, I started swiping, and surprisingly, it took less than an hour after I logged off to get a match. To give you a bit of background, I describe myself as bisexual, though I'm not fond of putting labels on it. I matched with a 25-year-old guy named Ethan. Ethan was quite good-looking and shared my interests in gaming and programming. I decided to message him, but before I could type anything, he messaged me first. His message was, "Hey, noticed you're new to Tinder. Just wanted to say hi." I replied, and we started chatting about our shared passions for video games, movies, and coding. He mentioned he was a full-time programmer, working just 4 hours a day, which sounded ideal. He suggested hanging out, and I invited him over since I was alone at home, and he still lived with his parents. Ethan seemed really excited about the invite and quickly agreed. We planned for him to come over in an hour, giving me time to clean up my place and set up my PC for gaming. I sent him my address after getting everything ready, and he texted back saying he was on his way. Usually I wouldn't invite someone I hadn't met in person to my place, but Ethan seemed safe enough, and he was definitely attractive. So I felt okay about it. When he arrived, I peeked through the door viewer and saw Ethan holding a bottle of red wine, smiling warmly. We hadn't talked about drinking wine, but I do love a good red, and he had brought my favorite brand. I opened the door, complimented his choice, and jokingly asked if he was a mind reader. He laughed and replied, "What can I say? You seem like a red wine kind of person." I inquired about his plan for getting home if he drank too much, to which he replied that he had taken an Uber. We spent some time sipping wine on my back patio, sharing stories about our lives, work, and our experiences with coming out. Later, we moved inside to play some games on my PC, which was a lot of fun. Eventually, Ethan showed me some of his programming work on his laptop. After a while, I needed to use the bathroom, so I excused myself. Just as I was about to close the door, I heard footsteps approaching quickly. Before I knew it, Ethan was turning the doorknob. Since I hadn't locked the door, he walked right in without knocking, pressed up against me from behind, and started to hold me tightly by the shoulders. I pushed him away and half-jokingly said, "Hey, that's too much." He just smiled and responded, "Sorry, just wanted to see how you'd react." I left the bathroom and went to the kitchen, with him following close behind. I offered him more wine or some water. Before I could reach for the water bottle in the fridge, he pressed himself against me again and touched me inappropriately, all while giving me a very unsettling smile. This time, I was completely shocked. I pushed him away hard and shouted at him. I told him that we had just met, and it wasn't right to move so fast into something so personal. He called me a waste of time and said I was ruining the reputation of gay men, and then accused me of being homophobic. I countered that if I were homophobic, I wouldn't be spending time with him and discussing our lives as we had been. I admitted I found him attractive, but insisted he was crossing serious lines. He just laughed and claimed, "In the LGBTQ community, there are no boundaries." Shortly after, he announced he had to leave. Relieved, I thought, thank God. I walked him to the door and he left without another word. After he left, I decided to take a shower to calm down. About 5 minutes into my shower, I started hearing a strange clinking noise from the door. I peeked through the shower door and saw to my horror that Ethan was using a spoon to peer under the door, watching me. I could only see this because there was a gap at the bottom of the door. Not sure what to do, I acted as if I hadn't noticed and quietly turned off the shower. I wrapped a towel around myself and was about to confront him when I heard the sound of a camera shutter from his phone. I yanked the bathroom door open, but he dashed down the hallway and out the front door. I watched him jump into a white Honda Civic, not the Uber he claimed to have taken, and drive off. I was left bewildered, not knowing why he took that photo or what he planned to do with it. I immediately blocked him on Tinder and was left feeling very uneasy, worried he might come back. So that's my chilling encounter with the Tinder guy who violated my personal space right in my own home. I never really understood how terrifying it is to be followed by someone who won't leave you alone. At the time, I was 18 years old, and even though it happened 4 years ago, the memory is still clear in my mind. I was a freshman in college, and my girlfriend had just ended our relationship. I was heartbroken. I texted her multiple times, but she never replied. I also tried calling her, but I kept getting her voicemail. All I wanted was to fix things with her, but she wouldn't answer my calls or texts. My older brother, who was 27, told me it was time to move on. He suggested trying online dating. I wasn't keen on online dating because I had heard many stories about people pretending to be someone else. But after thinking about it for a while, I decided to give it a try. I downloaded Tinder and set up my profile. After finishing, I waited for someone to message me. I waited a whole day, and no one did. I was about to log out when suddenly, someone sent me a message. It read, "Hey, what's up?" I replied, "Not much. How about you?" While waiting for her next message, I checked out her profile. For privacy, let's call her Lily. Lily had blonde hair and striking blue eyes, and she lived nearby. My first thought was, wow, this gorgeous girl just messaged me. Just as I was thinking that, I got another message from her. "You look really handsome. Want to meet up sometime?" I quickly replied, "I'd love to." She messaged back right away asking, "When do you want to meet?" I asked when she was free, and she said the next day. We decided to meet then and started discussing where. "How about the coffee shop nearby tomorrow morning?" she suggested. I agreed, saying that sounded great and that I'd see her there. Our chat ended there. I went to bed feeling ecstatic. The next morning, I got ready and drove to the coffee shop. I texted her that I had arrived, and she texted back, "I'm just a minute away." I sent a simple, "Okay," got a table, and waited. She arrived soon after, and we hit it off right away. It turned out we had a lot in common. We both enjoyed talking about video games and going on road trips. It felt like we had known each other for a long time. As we ended our date, we said goodbye. When I got home, she had already sent me a message saying she missed me. Our next date was set for 3 days later. I prepared myself and drove to where we were supposed to meet. But something was off about her that day. She seemed different. Not mean, just odd and somewhat shy. I asked if something was wrong, and she just said no. After the date, we said goodbye again. But as soon as I got home, she called, sounding urgent, telling me she wanted to give me a gift next time we met. It was strange, but I agreed. I ended the call, but she called back immediately, asking, "Why did you hang up on me?" I explained I thought our conversation was over. She then asked me to stay on the phone with her all night. I apologized, explaining I couldn't because I had classes the next day. She ignored me and kept talking, asking personal questions. I tried to end the call, saying it was late and I needed to sleep, but she insisted I stay up and talk. I was very tired and eventually fell asleep during our call. In the morning, I woke up to about 100 messages from her. One message shocked me the most. She threatened to break into my house and hurt me if I didn't reply. I was stunned and frightened. That's when I knew I needed to end things with her. Despite my decision, she didn't back down. She moved to an apartment closer to mine and even transferred to my college. She started following me around, always a few steps behind, never attending her own classes, just watching me from a distance with a chilling stare. I'm not the type to intimidate anyone, and I doubted she'd listen if I asked her to stop. Her obsession grew worse. She would press her face against my door, and through the peephole, I could see her eye peering in as if trying to see inside. Once, she even attempted to break in. I called the police multiple times, but they said they couldn't act without solid evidence. I decided to file for a restraining order, but even that didn't stop her. She continued to follow me and even tried to physically attack me once. Exhausted and scared, I called the police again, this time demanding they arrest her. I explained to the police that she was ignoring the restraining order. While I was on the call, my phone rang from a different number. I asked the police to wait and answered it. It was Lily, speaking in a chilling voice, saying terrifying things. "If I can't have you, nobody can," I shouted back at her, warning her that she would be arrested if she didn't stop following me. But soon after that call, she appeared at my apartment door, holding a large knife. I know it might seem strange since I'm a man, but I started to panic and scream when I saw her. Her hair was wild, her eyes red and angry, and her breath visible in the air as if it were freezing. She looked like she hadn't bathed in days. She screamed that haunting phrase again, "If I can't have you, nobody can," and charged at me with the knife. I dodged, but she still managed to cut my cheek. I ran into another room, locked the door, and called the police, telling them she was attacking me. Lily was outside the door, yelling wildly and stabbing the door with her knife. But thankfully, within 10 minutes, the police arrived. They tackled her and took her into custody. As I came out of the room, I saw only rage in her eyes. As they led her away, she screamed a threat at me. "I just want you to know when I get out, I'm going to kill you." There was a trial, and Lily was imprisoned for assault and attempted murder. You can imagine, after that nightmare, I gave up on dating apps for good. Recently, I called the police to check on Lily's status, and they told me she was not doing well. She was still fixated on me, keeping a journal with plans to kidnap and kill me. After that conversation, I moved to another state, far away from where Lily could find me. I really hope she doesn't harm anyone else when she gets out. So to Lily, my obsessive ex-girlfriend, I hope I never see you again. Last night, something terrifying happened to me, and I need to share it while every detail is still clear in my mind. To begin, I should mention that I'm a 20-year-old woman. I'm a bit shorter than average and built more solidly, which might not make me seem scary, but trust me, I can handle myself if I need to. Let's backtrack a bit before diving into what happened. A few months ago, I finally escaped a very harmful relationship that lasted nearly 2 years. This relationship left me both mentally and physically drained, so much so that it even affected my grades, forcing me to retake a class at my university to stay eligible for the nursing program. After cutting ties with that person, I felt incredibly lonely. People don't often discuss how difficult it is to transition from talking to someone daily to not speaking at all, especially when they've hurt you deeply. While I enjoyed my newfound single life and the personal space it brought, I also deeply missed having someone close, someone to share my days with. Since my schedule was packed with school and work, meeting new people was challenging, so I turned to dating apps. Unlike many, I chose Facebook's dating service because it seemed less focused on casual flings compared to others like Tinder or Bumble. I set up my profile to indicate that I was interested in chatting or a long-term relationship, posted a couple of decent photos of myself, and called it a night. The next day, I checked my profile and, as expected, there were a few likes from spam bots, people far outside my state, and guys just looking for a quick hookup. But then I matched with someone. Let's call him Barry. Barry was good-looking and seemed to be around my age. Plus, he had some adorable dogs and shared some interests with me. His profile also stated he was looking for something serious. One key detail, he claimed he was 23. It was Barry who messaged me first. I remember feeling a small thrill because it was rare for guys to initiate conversation. Our chat soon covered everything from our jobs to hobbies and past relationships. However, a red flag appeared when he mentioned that his ex was crazy. I'm well aware that when someone labels their ex as crazy, it often means there were significant problems in that relationship. Despite this, we kept talking, and eventually exchanged phone numbers and Snapchat usernames. Over the next few days, Barry kept suggesting we talk on the phone. I'm not much for phone calls. My last relationship left a bad taste as my ex often hung up on me during arguments. So, I dodged his requests, partly because I was busy, and partly because I wasn't ready to engage that deeply. I decided to spend a day visiting my parents, and during a stroll through a clothing store, my phone rang from a number I didn't recognize. I answered hesitantly. Hello? Hey, I figured you wouldn't call, so I decided to call you. I paused, slightly annoyed, and responded, I'm sorry, who is this? I knew it was Barry, but I pretended not to recognize his voice to convey my irritation and to hint that I was busy. Yes, it's Barry. I thought we could chat for a bit. I was getting quite irritated because he kept asking odd questions like if I had relatives near where he lived or if I often visited his area. Usually I wouldn't mind such questions, but my parents were looking at me with annoyance and confusion because I was talking to someone they didn't know instead of enjoying the day with them. After about an hour, yes, a whole hour, I managed to end the call by agreeing to meet him for lunch the next day. Not the best idea, I know, but he was very persistent. We decided to meet at a restaurant roughly 45 minutes from my place. Despite everything, I felt a bit excited about the date. It had been a long time since I'd been on one, and it felt nice to be wanted. I dressed up, styled my hair, and put on some makeup. Before leaving, I sent him a message saying I was on my way. His reply was a bit strange. Hey, I'm heading to the restaurant now. See you there. Okay, great. I have to stop somewhere first, but I'll be there, he he added. I half expected him to surprise me with flowers or something sweet like that, which made me even more eager. However, when I arrived at the restaurant, I was surprised not to see his car anywhere. I walked around the parking lot because he had described his car to me in detail, but it was nowhere to be seen. As I approached the entrance, I spotted him. He wasn't lying about his identity, but he looked different from his pictures. About 20 pounds heavier and much taller than me, almost by 1.5 feet. And he was smoking a cigarette, something he never mentioned before. I decided to overlook these details and greeted him. We entered the restaurant only to find out there was a 30-minute wait for a table, so we stepped outside. He lit another cigarette as we began to chat. He was charming, kept the conversation flowing smoothly, and seemed to ask all the right questions. Suddenly, he paused and said, "There are a few things I wanted to ask, but I don't want to make it awkward." Curious, I replied, "Oh?" Then staring directly at me after we had just discussed harmless topics like our favorite colors and family backgrounds, he asked, "So, are you a virgin?" I felt a chill run through me. Really? We had just met, and he was asking such a personal question. I answered sternly, "No." His question had upset me, but I tried to push aside my irritation. As soon as our table was ready, we headed over to sit down. Trying to ease the strange tension, I asked him what he had been up to before our date. His answer made me freeze. "Oh yeah, I stopped by a local gun shop and got a shotgun." Confused, I responded, "I'm sorry, you bought a shotgun today?" He corrected me casually. "Well, I didn't buy it outright. I put it on layaway." From then on, the conversation took an unsettling turn. Every topic we touched eventually circled back to guns. Though I have nothing against guns, his timing for acquiring one right before our date and his ongoing obsession with them seemed odd and unnerving. After dinner, we decided to stroll around a nearby mall. Foolishly, I chose not to drive separately, thinking it would save gas as the mall was just down the road. We headed towards his car, which he had parked quite far from the restaurant. This was yet another odd thing that caught my attention. The evening was about to become even more frightening. As we walked, I noticed a handgun tucked into his pants without a holster, barely concealed. Trying to keep my voice steady, I inquired, "Oh, so you carry?" He answered with a smug look, showing off his concealed carry card. Curious and cautious, I asked him about his age again. He said he was 20, contradicting the 23 years listed on his profile. I rationalized this discrepancy, thinking maybe his Facebook info was outdated. When we reached his car, a family was unloading groceries next to us. Barry, not thinking twice, pulled out his handgun and started waving it around, trying to show it to me. I nervously suggested he put it away, especially since there were children close by. He laughed, a bit reluctantly, and finally stored the gun. At the mall, Barry stopped to grab his jacket from the trunk. He called me over, saying he had something to show me. To my shock, when I looked inside, I saw 2 large shotguns just lying openly in the trunk. My heart raced as I stared at him, bewildered and scared, asking, "What's going on? Why do you have these?" He just smiled, seemingly pleased with himself, and shrugged. Clearly this guy had some serious issues. Despite the bizarre and frightening showcase, he then asked if he could hold my hand. I deflected by suggesting we walk a bit more. Things seemed to calm down a bit as we entered a department store where he wanted to buy shoes. After choosing a pair, he proceeded to check out, agreeing to sign up for a store credit card which required personal information. When the cashier asked for his name, he revealed that Barry was actually his middle name. He disliked his first name and never used it. I was stunned, realizing all these little lies and half-truths were adding up, making me feel increasingly uneasy and betrayed. I'd been honest with him about my details, and his deception was unsettling. After leaving the store, we passed a candy shop. I've always loved sweets, and even though I'm grown up, I still feel like a kid when I see candy. As we passed the candy shop, I got excited about going in. But then he looked me up and down and said, "Sometimes it's better not to give in to temptation." I couldn't believe he said that, especially since he wasn't exactly slim himself. I rolled my eyes at him and walked away. For the rest of the evening, he seemed uninterested in anything I wanted to do. It was all about his choices. After wandering around for 2 hours, he suggested we watch a movie. There was a nice movie theater nearby, and there was a film I actually wanted to see, so I agreed. Inside the theater, I told him I needed to use the bathroom. When I returned, I found out he had bought tickets for a completely different movie than we'd discussed. I was upset, but just let it go. I told him I was going to buy snacks, ignoring his remark that we should wait longer. I bought myself a drink and some candy. I felt I deserved it after enduring the night with him. The movie turned out to be pretty good, and he didn't try anything funny, probably because he could tell I was not in the best mood. When the movie ended, he didn't say anything. Not about the movie or anything else. I was disgusted by how the evening had turned out. I checked my phone and saw 5 missed calls from my mom and several texts from a good friend who was worried because I'd told her the date wasn't going well. I reassured them I was okay, and we left the theater. He drove me back to my car at the restaurant. As we pulled up next to my car, he seemed to expect a kiss, but I was too eager to just get in my car and head home. Remember how his profile mentioned he was looking for a long-term relationship? Well, this is what he said next. "So, I'm just going to be upfront with you. I'm not really looking for anything serious right now." Annoyed, I faked a smile and replied, "You know what? Me neither. I don't have time for a relationship." This wasn't a complete lie since I do work and study full-time. I wished him a good night, thanked him for the dinner and the movie, got into my car and drove off. I immediately called my best friend to tell her everything. Reflecting on the night, I realized it could have been genuinely dangerous. From now on, I won't let any guy pressure me into a date unless I've been talking to him for weeks and feel completely safe. This experience hasn't improved my view of dating. It's not that I think all guys are just looking for a hookup, but maybe the good ones are already taken or busy improving themselves. I haven't given up on finding love, but I'm certainly going to focus on myself and make sure I never end up in such a risky situation again. This story might not be the most terrifying you'll hear, but it sure gave me the creeps. Here's a bit about me. I'm a 20-year-old woman. A while ago, I connected with this man on Tinder. His name was Jake, and he seemed all right, so I decided to add him on Snapchat. We chatted for a bit, but the conversation faded pretty fast. I never told him exactly where I lived, just mentioned a nearby city that's quite big, thinking he wouldn't be able to figure out my location from that small detail. But a few weeks back, Jake started messaging me again, and we exchanged some casual messages. Everything was fine until New Year's Eve came around. The day before, he texted me to say he would be near my area and wanted to know if I'd like to grab lunch. I said maybe, and that I'd let him know later. That night, I was busy getting ready for a New Year's Eve gathering with a few friends and didn't really check my phone. It was around 7:30 p.m. when I finally checked my Snapchat and saw that not only had Jake messaged me, he had also tried to call. His message read, "Hey, so I'm in your city." I quickly replied, apologizing for seeing his message so late. That's when the situation took a stranger turn. The messages kept coming, and each one felt more unsettling than the last. It felt as though he was closer than just being in the same city. The tone of his texts changed. They were persistent, almost like he was desperate to meet up, not just casually suggesting it as before. What really shook me was his message right before midnight saying, "I hope I can see you before the year ends." The thought that he might actually try to find me at the party, or worse, figure out where I live, sent shivers down my spine. My friends noticed I was distracted and uneasy, but the night was busy and loud, so I tried to push away the uneasy feeling creeping up my spine. I didn't reply to his last message, choosing instead to lose myself in the noise and laughter of the party, hoping the new year would wash away the strange dread Jake's messages had brought. Within minutes of my reply, Jake opened my message and reacted in a way that really scared me. He texted something like, "Just so you know, I'm not interested in someone who can't even answer the phone when I drove 6 hours just to see her." I stared at the message, bewildered, and for a moment, I thought he might be joking. I texted back, asking him what he was talking about, and clarified that he hadn't driven 6 hours just for me. Jake insisted we had plans, asking why else he would have come here. I was so confused because we never made any solid plans. He had mentioned being in the area, which I assumed was for work or to visit someone else. It's pretty normal for people to come here for those reasons. I tried to explain this to him, making it clear we had no definite plans. and that I never asked him to make such a long drive for me. He replied that he had waited around for 2 hours for me and even bought me flowers. I was really puzzled because we hadn't set a time or place to meet, and we definitely hadn't confirmed any plans. You don't just hint at being nearby and expect that to count as making plans. That's not how it works. I apologized to keep the peace, but I repeated that we had never officially planned anything. He then demanded that to make it up to him, I should drive to see him the next day. No way was I going to do that. Then I remembered my location was shared on Snapchat, making it easy for him to find my house. Immediately, I turned off my location setting, but I kept him on Snapchat just in case he tried something like showing up at my place. Thankfully, I haven't heard from him since that night. But the whole experience left me feeling uneasy, constantly looking over my shoulder, wondering if ignoring his last demand might have been a mistake. As I lay in bed, the sounds of the night seemed louder, and every little noise made me jump, half expecting to see Jake standing outside my window. A couple of years back, I signed up on this dating website where I matched with a cop. He had a police dog that looked adorable, and I thought it might be fun to meet the dog. However, my interest faded quickly after hearing him moan about his recent split. I can't remember everything he said, but it was clear he was the troublesome one in that split. What really turned me off was how he seemed too interested in my body, tattoos, and my bright hair. I told him straight that I wasn't interested and that he gave me a bad feeling. He pleaded for another chance, but I said no and blocked his number. A few nights later, there was a loud knock at my door around midnight. It scared me so much that I felt my heart sink. Peering through the peephole, I saw a stranger with a food bag. He claimed to be from Uber Eats. I told him through the door that I hadn't ordered anything, but he insisted it was for me and even knew my name. I asked who sent it, and he mentioned a name I didn't recognize. I insisted I didn't want the food and told him to just toss it in the trash since I wasn't sure he really was a delivery guy. Later, as I scrolled through my dating app matches, I realized it was the cop's name. Checking my blog messages, I found a bunch from him. His last message read, "I really hope you liked your dinner." At that point, I thought it might be safer to unblock him so I could keep track of what he was saying, just in case I needed to protect myself or consider buying some strong pepper spray. A few weeks after, while at work, my phone rang from an unknown number. I picked it up, thinking it might be a new client. The voice from the other end of the phone then says, "Hello, Rachel. I'm at a Starbucks across the street. What would you like to drink?" Who is this? I don't remember scheduling you," I replied, thinking maybe it was a regular client I'd forgotten about. He tells me his name, and again my heart sinks. How on earth did he find out where I work? I questioned how he knew my home and workplace, and he admitted he used my dating profile pictures to find my social media and Yelp page for my salon, then figured out my address from there. I warned him that I was going to report him to his police station for stalking, and that if he ever approached me, I would take it as a threat and defend myself. Despite my clear refusal, he still pleaded for another chance. I hung up, called his station to report him, but they barely took me seriously. They even refused to let me email them the creepy messages he sent. The woman on the line simply said, "Oh, I'm sorry. He's really struggling right now," as if he were the one being harassed. He mostly left me alone afterward, but it left me terrified of living alone for the first time ever. I run a somewhat popular meme page on Instagram with about 8,000 followers. Digging through it, I found roughly 5 different accounts of his. I blocked all of them and tried to move on. Now, all this happened a few years ago, but these memories rushed back when I saw a familiar profile picture commenting on one of my posts. It looks like I missed one of his accounts when I was blocking. I had uploaded a picture of me with 2 large tunas I caught on a trip. His comment was, "God, I really wish I was one of those fish. I'd love to know what it's like to be held by you." Seriously, what a creep. What a... The story started in February of last year when my close friend Anna decided to try and find a special someone, so she downloaded Tinder and started looking. She stumbled upon a profile of a guy around his mid-20s with pale skin and curly hair. She liked his profile right away. Just about 20 minutes later, Anna received a notification from Tinder. It was from the same guy she had liked. They began chatting and got along well, but she didn't think much of it afterward. Months passed, and the guy started acting strange. He sent her one message after another, non-stop, until she got annoyed and blocked him. Jump to August, and one boring day, Anna and I decided to drive to a mall about 45 minutes from our town. Our other friend, Claire, came along in her car to keep us company. We left the mall around 6:30 p.m. after grabbing some food and started heading home. On our way back, something felt off. Suddenly, Anna got a friend request on Snapchat from the same guy she had blocked months ago. Annoyed, she messaged him to stop bothering her and blocked him again. We tried to forget about it and enjoy the rest of our day, but the trouble wasn't over. That night, we decided to stay over at our friend's place so Anna wouldn't be alone. In the middle of the night, I woke up to go to the bathroom. That's when I saw a dark, shadowy figure outside the bedroom window. I screamed, and Anna's dad rushed in to see what was wrong. I told him what I saw, and he went outside to check. Sure enough, the shadow was still there, and the man was wearing a mask. Anna's dad tackled the masked man, and yes, it was the same guy Anna had blocked on Snapchat. We called the police immediately, and they arrived in less than 10 minutes to arrest him. I know this might not sound too scary from the outside, but for us, it was the most terrifying thing we've ever gone through, and I hope it's the last. For a while, I had been on my own. One day, out of nowhere, I thought it might be a good idea to create a Tinder account. I wasn't planning to use it much. I just filled in some basic details, added a recent photo of myself, and left it at that. I wasn't really sure why I did it, maybe just out of boredom. I spent a few minutes browsing Tinder, then got bored and forgot all about it. Making a Tinder profile on a whim isn't typical for most people, but it is for me. I've never really been good at sticking to a project. I worked at a tiny store in the city center. It wasn't much, but it helped me pay the bills and kept me busy. I have a hard time focusing because I have severe ADD. Usually, I walked home from work. The store was close by, and I like to think that no one really noticed me there. One evening, a man messaged me on Instagram asking if I had a boyfriend. I told him no, and that I wasn't really looking for one either. He mentioned seeing my Tinder profile and seemed confused. I explained I was just curious about Tinder. He simply said, "Oh," and kept the conversation going. I wondered how he found my Instagram, but when I asked, he dodged the question. We didn't talk much more because I was tired and just wanted to sleep. Eventually, I fell asleep without even plugging in my phone to charge. The next morning, on my way to work, I noticed the same car driving past me several times, very slowly. Its windows were so dark I couldn't see inside. That made me walk faster. Nothing strange happened on my way to work. But later, a weird man came into the store and just stared at me. It could have been nothing, but it felt odd. On my way home, I saw the same car again. This time I quickly turned into a neighbor's yard to make sure it didn't follow me all the way home. When I quickly hid in the neighbor's yard, they came out and asked me what was wrong. I explained about the creepy car that kept following me. The neighbor kindly offered to drive me the rest of the way home, and I gratefully accepted. After that, I didn't see the car for a while. However, the driver of the car soon made his presence very clear. One day, he showed up at my doorstep, claiming he had found my address through Tinder. I was upset and told him he shouldn't come to my house. I knew he was lying about finding my address on Tinder because I had never shared it there. How he really got my address, I never found out. I firmly told him to leave and not come back. But later, he messaged me again on Instagram. By then, I realized he was the same man from the store who had been staring at me. He continued to message me for months, trying to persuade me to go out with him. I kept refusing because I wasn't in the right state of mind to date anyone. He seemed unable to understand this, but he persisted in driving by my place slowly, watching me as I went to and from work. He never approached me in person again, but he kept lurking around. One day, as I was walking home and saw his car creeping along beside me again, I reached my breaking point. In a moment of anger, I threw my phone at his car, hitting the window. My phone broke, but the car sped away quickly. I hoped he finally understood that I wanted nothing to do with him. After that incident, he disappeared for a while. However, he still occasionally liked my photos on Instagram. But soon, even those interactions stopped, and he no longer harassed me. I hoped that was the last I would ever hear from him. I need to start by saying I really don't like Tinder. I hardly go out much, and it just seemed like an easy way to meet new people. I was open to finding someone for a possible romance, I suppose, but I clearly wrote in my Tinder bio that I was mainly looking for friends. After countless messages from guys who were just looking for a quick fling, clearly no one reads the bios, one man caught my attention because he mentioned a book shown in my profile photo. I was shocked that he noticed anything other than my face and figure. We spent a few days chatting about books and thoughts, and it seemed we shared a lot of similar views. Then I suggested we should meet up in person. He first asked me to his house, and then mentioned a party at a friend's place. I felt a bit cautious but agreed to visit his house, though I was unsure about the party. He seemed okay with that, and double-checked that I was as open-minded as I had claimed. We had been discussing different ways of living, various beliefs, and how nobody should be judged for theirs, and so on. So when he questioned my open-mindedness again, my mind started racing with wild guesses. Could there be unusual costumes, or maybe a giant baby's room with toys in his house? Perhaps a huge statue of some internet celebrity? Or even some bizarre stuffed animal display? I reassured him that yes, I was very open-minded. I've known people with unusual hobbies before, and it's fine by me as long as things don't get too strange. He sent me an address that was about 20 minutes away, and I braced myself for anything. As I drove up, I noticed a security camera aimed at the porch, which seemed typical for that neighborhood. When I arrived, he greeted me with a hug, which I thought nothing of, and led me into the living room. Everything looked surprisingly normal, which was almost odd in itself. He went to get us some drinks, and I chose not to have any. I had always been wary of the unsettling tales from online dating. After a bit of casual conversation about a book series and our worries they might spoil the next installment, he finally suggested we see his room. I agreed, trying to hide my growing nervousness. For a moment, I considered taking out my phone to snap a secretive photo, but I'm relieved I chose not to. We walked down a corridor to a plain-looking door, which he opened slowly. Right away, my gaze fixed on a disturbing flag hanging on the wall. As I looked around, it became clear he collected World War II artifacts, specifically from one of the Axis nations. There were flags, uniforms, badges, and helmets, all marked with a widely recognized and deeply offensive symbol. This was not the type of open-mindedness I had in mind. In another situation, someone braver might have confronted him, but I was alone in his house and tend to avoid conflict. When he inquired if I had any questions about his collection, I quickly declined and suggested we return to the living room. He seemed to understand, closed the room's door, and we moved back to the living room. By then, I was overwhelmed with a mix of anger, fear, and disappointment. I think he noticed how uncomfortable I was, as he didn't mention the items in his room again. However, the unsettling feeling lingered. I knew I wouldn't be going to any party with him, and I definitely wouldn't be seeing him again. How could someone who claimed to value open-mindedness proudly display such items? After staying a short while longer, which felt polite enough, I made an excuse about needing to return home to my dogs, which I don't actually have. He seemed to understand once again, and walked me to the door. This time, he didn't attempt another hug. On my drive home, I removed him from my matches and then deleted Tinder altogether. Fortunately, he wasn't aggressive or visibly angry. At least not towards me that day. This experience turned into a cautionary tale, a reminder of the unpredictable reality of meeting strangers online. Always be cautious. I guess it was bound to happen. I tried my luck with a dating app called OkCupid, which in hindsight might not have been the wisest decision. Most people find partners the old-fashioned way, but I was swayed by my friend Mike, who had ventured into the world of online dating. Despite the success stories floating around, which seemed almost too good to be true, I soon realized that people often pretend to be someone they're not on these platforms. When I finally created my profile, I was as excited as a kid in a candy store. I described myself simply, a 19-year-old guy looking for someone cool to hang out with. I hoped that would be enough to catch someone's interest. At first, my inbox was painfully empty. The first response I got was a blunt, "No," after I initiated contact. That stung. I wasn't unattractive or weird, just an average guy. I tried not to take it to heart and moved on. A few days later, a girl named Anna messaged me. She mentioned she wanted to be a doctor but was struggling financially. I encouraged her to follow her dreams, but she seemed full of reasons why it was impossible. As we got to know each other, Anna revealed she had just ended a turbulent relationship and was seeking a fresh start. I confessed that I had never been in a serious relationship and hoped to find someone special. Though we connected and shared many chats, we were cautious about meeting in person. After 4 months of talking, we discovered a bizarre coincidence. We lived just 3 houses apart, but had never crossed paths. Despite living so close, I hardly knew my neighbors since I preferred staying indoors. It was quite amusing that Anna and I had been neighbors yet strangers. We chose to meet at a local spot popular with the town's youth, a place I seldom visited until then. Soon we started spending our weekends there, gradually weaving ourselves into the social fabric of the area and making mutual friends. Life seemed wonderful. A year into our relationship, I was seriously considering proposing to Anna. We both had steady jobs, and everything felt right. However, one evening she called, sounding upset and hesitant, then abruptly hung up. I texted her, offering to talk whenever she felt ready, but she never replied. Weeks later, when I saw her again, she seemed deeply troubled. Over time, as she appeared to recover, her behavior took a sharp turn for the worse, becoming increasingly hostile. Anna's outbursts and aggression only got worse. She would scream at me without any reason and hit me whenever she felt like it. This change in her was frightening, and she refused to explain her behavior. There was no justification for her actions, and with each episode of her abuse, I felt more certain that our relationship couldn't continue. She acted as if everything was normal, never acknowledging her violent tendencies. I realized that a loving relationship was impossible under these circumstances, so I decided to end things. The breakup happened at a park during a gathering of our friends, which only made the situation worse because she attacked me publicly. The reaction from our friends was mixed. Some understood why I needed to leave her, but others sided with her, accusing me of causing her meltdown. Their judgment hurt, but I tried to move past it. The benefit was escaping the abuse, but the cost was losing many friends as our social circle crumbled. After our breakup, Anna moved away, disappearing from my life. It took me weeks to recover, but eventually, I returned to OkCupid, hoping to fill the void she left. I connected with a new girl, Ella, who reached out to me. Ella was forthcoming and eager, despite my initial reluctance to share personal details. She disclosed her struggles with mental health early on, including social anxiety, which didn't seem too daunting at first. We talked for almost a year before meeting in person. When we finally did, it felt like we had known each other for a long time. Ella was quieter in person than she had been online, but she was still the person I had come to know. I grew to like her, and eventually, we started dating, though visiting her was complicated due to the distance and rising fuel costs. She was understanding when I couldn't make the trip. The relationship hit a rough patch when I lost my job, making travel even more difficult. Ella, who lived with her parents and rarely left her home, became frustrated that we couldn't see each other as often. Despite having a car, she refused to drive to me, and her complaints grew when I explained my financial constraints. After a prolonged absence online, following our arguments about meeting up, Ella returned with a different tone. It became clear she felt I was neglecting her. When I suggested we might be better off seeing other people, she panicked and threatened to harm herself if I left her. I sternly warned her against making such threats, making it clear I would involve the authorities if necessary. Thankfully, she never repeated that threat, confirming my suspicion that it had been a bluff. I was determined not to be manipulated any longer, so I ended things with Ella firmly by blocking her. However, the ordeal didn't stop there. Weeks after our breakup, unsettling events started occurring at my home. I lived along a busy street, which made me initially dismiss the late-night disturbances as random acts of vandalism. But the situation took a personal turn when I found something familiar in my driveway, a jelly wristband that I knew belonged to Ella. The nighttime disturbances escalated to someone throwing rocks at my windows, eventually breaking one. The most chilling incident happened when someone spray-painted vile words on my front door. When I discovered another one of Ella's wristbands near my door, it confirmed my suspicions. I temporarily unblocked her to confront her about the vandalism. Her response was full of anger and confusion, questioning why I no longer loved her. I made it clear that her manipulative and selfish behavior was unacceptable and permanently ended the conversation. Things reached a breaking point when I had to call the police. Ella appeared outside my house, this time alarmingly armed with a knife and demanding I face her. Despite her attempts to intimidate me, I stayed inside, safe but shaken. The situation ended when the police arrived and apprehended her as she tried to flee. After this terrifying encounter, I completely deleted my dating app profile and decided to stay away from dating for a while. Reflecting on these traumatic experiences, I realized that both relationships had turned dangerously toxic. My parents, who had been supportive throughout, agreed that involving the police was the right action. Though it pained me that Ella faced jail time, her actions left me no choice. I still hope that she might reflect on her actions and change for the better. As for me, the scars from these encounters have left me wary of entering the dating scene again. It might take more time before I feel ready to try again, but for now, I'm focusing on healing and moving forward. A few years ago, when the dating app Tinder was very popular, I decided to try it out, hoping to meet someone special. During that period, I met many women through the app. However, none of these encounters turned into anything serious. I could share stories about each one, each filled with its own kind of strangeness and trouble. But there's one particular experience that really stands out because it felt like I narrowly escaped a dangerous situation. It felt like something from a bad movie aimed at teenagers. At that time, she was the only person I matched with, and I was curious enough to explore where it could lead. Luckily, she revealed her true colors on our first date, which saved me from potential disaster. Her name was Laura, and she believed she was many things. A member of a cult, a witch, a follower of Wicca, a sorceress, and possibly more. She wasn't the kind of person who just practiced these beliefs quietly or respectfully. Laura truly thought she had magical powers, claiming she could perform necromancy among other supernatural feats. I was initially okay with her beliefs because often people go through phases or they handle their beliefs in a grounded, harmless way. But what I overlooked was that she was already 26 years old and deeply involved in these practices. When I first talked to her, she didn't seem too intense about her beliefs. However, everything changed when we met in person for the first date. I had to pick her up for our date because she didn't have a car. As we drove to the restaurant, the evening took a turn toward the bazaar. After a round of drinks, Laura and I decided to go bowling. She didn't have friends to meet there. We just went to enjoy the game together. Before getting into the car each time, Laura performed a blessing ritual. It was a bit annoying at first, but I thought she'd stop after a few times. Out of curiosity, I asked her about her beliefs, and she firmly stated, "It's not a religion, I was born a witch," as if it was the most natural thing in the world. I couldn't help but smirk at her serious tone, though she didn't seem to notice my reaction. At the bowling alley, Laura tried to cast some kind of spell on her bowling ball. Despite her efforts, she was terrible at bowling. I nearly laughed out loud when she hissed and muttered some strange sounds at a person who accidentally got too close to her. She seemed to be attempting a curse or hex. I tried my best to contain my amusement because I didn't want to offend her right after meeting her. I thought maybe she was just trying too hard to impress me. However, she spent much of her time observing others, quick to criticize them. I realized I couldn't be with someone so judgmental. She would likely turn that critical eye on me eventually. At the end of our outing, we stopped at a store and then sat in my car to talk. Laura had a few drinks, her choice, while I stayed sober. She began to share more personal stories, revealing that she had once harmed a pet when she was younger. Her explanation was chilling. She claimed the pet had tried to hex her, believing it was a reincarnated lover from a past life. The atmosphere turned tense and uncomfortable as she delved into the details. I was genuinely scared, worried she might concoct some bizarre accusation against me next. I drove her home, eager to end the night. As she left the car, she turned and muttered one of her strange spells in my direction. Whether it was meant to be a hex or a blessing, I didn't care. I was just relieved to be away from her. Laura called me a few times after that night, but I never answered. I couldn't risk another encounter with her bizarre and unsettling behaviors. So, what do you think? Did I escape a dangerous situation? Or did I miss out on something potentially good? Honestly, I see no upside to that night. Luckily, I later met someone wonderful through Tinder, who is now a significant part of my life, and I'm pretty sure she's not interested in any dark rituals. Maybe one day I'll share more stories about my other dates, but for now, this experience with Laura stands out as particularly bizarre and unsettling. Her name was Eliza. We matched on Tinder, and she quickly became a good friend. We spent countless hours chatting online, getting to know each other. Eventually, we moved our conversations from Tinder to a private chat room in Discord, because the Tinder app was a bit clunky to use. Eliza didn't use Facebook or other social media platforms, except for Tumblr. That was new to me, but it didn't bother me at all. Even after talking for nearly a year on Discord, we hadn't discussed meeting in person. We occasionally video chatted, so I was confident I was talking to the real Eliza, not an imposter, which is a common issue online. Eventually, Eliza suggested we meet at her place. She insisted I visit her, explaining she had several disabilities that limited her activities. I was sympathetic to her situation, so I agreed to go to her house. When I arrived, Eliza greeted me excitedly and ushered me inside. The first thing I noticed was a terrible smell. The house reeked of old cigarette smoke, cat pee, and damp dog. I could identify each unpleasant odor distinctly. An elderly man was sitting at the dining table, possibly looking at bills. His glasses were halfway down his nose, and when he looked up, it almost seemed like he was scowling at me. He sounded friendly, but didn't really look at me. I just said hi, and followed Eliza further into the house, feeling a bit unwelcome in the main areas. Instead of leading me to a back room, she took me down to the basement, which made me quite anxious. Thankfully, nothing menacing happened. Eliza sat in a large chair, much too big for her, and started using her drawing tablet. The smell in the house was overwhelming, and I began feeling sick. I couldn't understand how Eliza wasn't bothered by it. She focused on her drawing, largely ignoring me. I sat watching her, trying to seem interested. After what felt like an eternity, she stopped drawing and we just talked. Eliza eventually shared more about her disabilities. She claimed she had headmates, which she described as several personalities living within her that could take control at any time. She even named each one and seemed to think it was intriguing, but I found it unsettling. The situation worsened when cockroaches began to swarm over me. I was disgusted and knew I had to leave immediately. Panicking at the sight of the roaches, I quickly made up an excuse. I told Eliza that my mother had sent me a text needing urgent help, and I had to leave right away. She seemed to believe me and hurried me out the door. I rushed home, and before I could even shower, my roommate commented that I smelled like I'd come from a morgue. Embarrassed, I explained that I had visited a friend's house for the first time and didn't plan on returning. After a quick shower, I decided to end things with her. I went online and told her that I wanted to see other people. Eliza reacted angrily, cursing at me. I blocked her immediately. She tried to contact me through text, claiming I had been speaking to one of her headmates named Bill. I ignored her and blocked that number too. She persisted, attempting to reach me through new accounts, but I blocked each one. Eventually, I had to unblock her to insist she stop contacting me. Despite her continued mention of her headmates, I made my feelings clear. It seemed that being blunt was the only way to make her stop. Later, I learned that this headmates concept was something commonly discussed on Tumblr, and it felt trivial for someone to treat it so lightly. However, what truly disturbed me wasn't just the interaction, but the condition of her home. Leaving her house covered in roaches and smelling awful was horrifying. Eliza was indifferent to the bugs, claiming they had as much right to the house as we did, which I couldn't tolerate. Thankfully, years later, I met someone else, far away from Tinder, and we're still together. I'm 40 years old and have a teenage daughter. Before I start, I want to make it clear that we are both safe now. For privacy, I won't mention our real names. Years ago, my first husband left us for a younger woman. After our divorce, I met another man who quickly became a father figure to my daughter. At first, I was so grateful for his presence because I was not in a good place emotionally. He seemed perfect initially, kind, and someone I could share everything with. I often vented to him about my ex-husband, and he supported me, even though sometimes it felt like he was pushing me to be more bitter. He eventually met my daughter and did his best to be a good dad to her. She grew to accept him, and when he moved in with us, I thought we were going to be a happy family, something I believed my daughter deserved. However, not long after he settled in, he started to show a troubling side. He became easily angered and seemed to have a big ego. It had only been about a month since he moved in, but even small things would set him off. My daughter was nearing her teens and would soon want to hang out with friends, though she didn't have many at the time. I began to have nightmares about him clashing with her. The warning signs were there, subtle at first, but his outbursts grew worse. By the time she turned 14, he had become a significant figure in her life. Most days were okay, but sometimes his behavior was inexplicable and alarming. Once, she needed help with her homework, a task that seemed too difficult for her age. She approached him because he was nearby. I was in another room, but she later told me that he grew increasingly angry as she struggled with the work. His frustration escalated into a full-blown tantrum. After the incident, she was left in tears, and I had to intervene and tell him to calm down. He shouted back, accusing me of not supporting him. He stayed angry for days, while the rest of us tried to move on. There were many other instances where he would suddenly lose his temper, leaving my daughter and me anxious and scared. The final straw came when she turned 15. Her friends had started giving her makeup, which I was totally fine with. However, his reaction was different this time, and it was clear we couldn't tolerate his behavior any longer. If young girls want to try out makeup, who am I, or anyone else, to stop them? I always supported her interests as best as I could, but when he came home from work that day, he was already in a foul mood that seemed to worsen by the minute. My daughter had been experimenting with her new makeup and didn't do too badly, in my opinion. She was excited to show me her look. However, he didn't share our enthusiasm at all. The mere fact that she showed interest in makeup was too much for him. He erupted in anger, lashing out at her in a way that shocked us both. She questioned why he was so upset over some makeup, and his response was horrifying. He started calling her awful names and screamed at her as if she had done something terrible. This was the same man who used to boast about his many girlfriends back in his school days. I tried to step in, but he just redirected his fury towards me, accusing me of not supporting him and playing the victim. That was the moment I snapped. I realized it was finally over. I could no longer tolerate this abuse. We had to escape. But he wasn't done yet. He stormed upstairs, where he unleashed his rage on her room. He smashed her belongings and destroyed almost everything she cherished, over some makeup. He turned her sanctuary into a place of horror. This act of destruction deeply traumatized her, but we stood our ground and told him we were done. He seemed bewildered by our reaction, pretending as if everything was normal and accusing me of exaggerating. My daughter wanted nothing more to do with him. He might have been called a father, but he never truly acted like one. We left and sought refuge at my mother's house, planning to stay there until we could find a place of our own. Thank goodness I wasn't legally tied to him through marriage. That would have been an even bigger mess to escape from. I was just a young guy who had finished high school a few years ago, feeling alone and quite desperate. I knew about dating apps because some friends had tried them, but I was unsure because of the scary stories I had heard about meeting strangers online. Perhaps I should have been more cautious and waited, but I doubted my chances of finding a girlfriend in person due to my nerdy nature. I'm a bit of an introvert, preferring to keep to myself, and I rarely go out. So I decided to download OkCupid on my phone to see if I could find a date. Surprisingly, I quickly matched with someone. A girl who lived nearby was also using the app. She described herself as loud and proud. Desperate for companionship, I wasn't very selective with my matches. I just wanted someone to be there. Ignoring the bigger picture wasn't unusual for me. I started chatting with this girl, and eventually she wanted to come over to my place. My house wasn't the nicest, but she didn't seem to mind too much after we talked about it briefly. Maybe it was better we didn't dwell on it. We got along well, even playing video games together. It seemed like things might work out. She was easygoing and friendly. After a few weeks, we were officially dating and went on various outings. She met my friends, but they were lukewarm towards her, which made her feel left out. Gradually, I began to split my time between her and my friends. It's tough when you have to choose like that because she didn't appreciate being left alone. I later realized this girl didn't really have any friends of her own, which I initially overlooked as a potential warning sign. So, I tried to balance my schedule to include both my friends and her. However, she soon felt I wasn't dedicating enough time to her, and I had to adjust my plans again. It reached a point where I saw my friends less frequently and spent more time with her to avoid her complaints every time I tried to go out without her. Eventually, I stopped seeing my friends altogether and spent all my time with her. I missed them, but I was trying to make her happy and keep our relationship going. Then, one day she moved into my place after being kicked out of hers. She had nowhere else to go, and I didn't see how this could be a problem for me. At first, living together was fun, but then it turned sour. What began as playful teasing escalated into serious verbal abuse, which I couldn't handle well. I realized I needed my friend's support to cope with this, so I invited one over to hang out for a bit. He could only stay a few hours because of work, but even that short visit was too much for her. She sulked in another room the whole time, upset that I wasn't there to endure her verbal attacks. When he left, she accused me of not caring about her and wanting to escape from her. I asked why she hadn't joined us, and she claimed all my friends disliked her. No matter how much I reassured her, she wouldn't listen. This was a major red flag, but by then it was too late. She was living with me and had nowhere else to go. I stayed and tried to work on our relationship, hoping she would revert to the kind person I first met. Unfortunately, that never happened. Her behavior escalated to physical violence. Whenever I said or did something she didn't like, she would hit me. I told her that this was unacceptable, and if she wanted to stay, she had to stop. She didn't take it well and tried to argue, but I was firm. I wanted her out of my life. Fortunately, she agreed to leave. She even mentioned she had found someone else and already had another place to go. Relieved, I just told her to leave, and she did. Since then, I've neither seen nor heard from her. The next woman I met through the app seemed different. She was gentle and much quieter than the first. She never raised her voice or said things to hurt me. I opened up to her about my past experiences, including how my ex had isolated me from my friends. She promised never to behave like that, but as it turned out, she had other ways to manipulate me. It all seemed perfect until it became clear that she was just using me for a place to stay. Her ultimate plan was to have me drive her to her parents' house and then dump me. I was oblivious and enjoyed her company, not realizing the true intentions behind her kindness. Then there was her brother. One day, he showed up at my house, looking for a place to hide for a few days. Without my consent, she let him stay. He brought drugs into my house and used them there. This went on for months until I finally confronted him and demanded he leave. He threatened me with violence, which was terrifying. How had my life come to this? Why was I suffering like this? My friends now say that my mistake was letting these people move in too quickly. I agree with them. It was naive of me to trust so easily. Unfortunately, her brother didn't leave my life quietly. He kept coming back, causing trouble. He would throw things at my house, vandalize it, and start fights with me in the front yard. It was a nightmare that seemed to have no end. The situation only worsened when I had her brother arrested. She played on my fears, suggesting that once he was released from jail, he would come after me. To escape this threat, she proposed we move to her parents' place in the north. I spoke to her parents, who hesitated but eventually agreed to let us stay with them. Breaking my rental agreement, we moved to her parents' house. However, just 3 days after arriving, she caused a scene that led to me being kicked out. It felt as though she and her parents had set me up over her brother's arrest. She twisted the story, telling her parents that I was the instigator of all the past conflicts, which led to her brother's need for bail. I was left stranded, having driven her across several states only to be betrayed and abandoned. Defeated, I decided to return to my parents' house for support. They welcomed me, but the shame of how things unfolded weighed heavily on me. 6 months later, feeling more stable, I contemplated living on my own again. Out of the blue, my ex-girlfriend reached out, apologizing and wanting me to return. I ignored her, suspecting she had been kicked out by her parents and was now desperate. That was the last I heard from her. I've since sworn off dating apps. If I'm going to meet someone, it'll be in the real world where I can focus on myself and my desires. My friends were initially upset about my sudden departure, but they've forgiven me. The experience taught me the value of true friendships and the real cost of abandoning them for uncertain adventures. Now, I'm doing well and focusing on my own happiness. While I don't have a girlfriend, I've realized that it's not as essential as I once thought. The companionship is nice, but not necessary. I'm content with the possibility of remaining single, avoiding the risks of falling into similar traps again. I'm a woman in my early 30s, and my breakup with Mike, my ex-boyfriend, didn't go smoothly. He took it particularly hard. I'd rather keep the details of our relationship private, as sharing them makes me uncomfortable. But the story I'm about to tell is about something else entirely. Mike really struggled to accept the end of our relationship. So, when I decided to move, he didn't just let me go. Despite the distance not being significant, he broke his lease to follow me across the city. What he did next was even more unsettling. He moved into a tiny house right across the street from me and would play loud music all through the night. I called the police several times, but it didn't stop him. Eventually, I resorted to wearing earplugs to sleep. But the situation escalated further, driving me to relocate even farther, this time to where my friend lived upstate. Shockingly, Mike tracked me down there as well, with disturbing ease. He seemed to shadow me wherever I went, day and night, despite not seeming to have the means for such persistence. One day, he appeared at my doorstep, initiating a confrontation over trivial matters. The tension was palpable. He had a taser, and though he didn't use it, the threat was clear. With each encounter, his actions grew more unpredictable and frightening. I was genuinely scared for my safety because, despite our history, I realized I didn't truly know what he was capable of. Fearing the worst, I made a silent and swift exit to another state, my hometown. I left everything behind, selling my beloved car and most of my possessions, under the cover of night. I caught a plane and disappeared from his radar. Since then, I've lived a low-profile life, safeguarding my privacy to ensure he can't find me. It's been a few years now without any sign of him, and I hope it stays that way. I maintain a very private presence online to avoid leaving any digital traces that Mike could follow. Wherever you are, Mike, I hope you receive the help you need and find someone who matches your intensity. Someone who can perhaps mirror your actions and help you realize your mistakes. If not, I fear where your path might lead. This story might make some of you feel quite uneasy for a while. It's not about the relationship itself, but rather what happened later that's truly unsettling. Let me start from the beginning, as requested. I met a girl named Amy on Plenty of Fish, and we hit it off really quickly. We mostly chatted through emails, moving away from the dating app. At first, I was skeptical because she seemed too perfect, unlike anyone I'd previously dated. For context, I once dated a recovered addict, which is a story for another time. Amy was a breath of fresh air after that tumultuous experience. So Amy and I started playing online games together and grew very close. I didn't have any other friends, so I spent all my spare time with her. Luckily, my job was flexible, allowing me plenty of free time, which I was grateful for. She worked a typical 9-to-5 job, enjoyed it, and soon we began discussing moving in together. Moving out of my mom's house seemed like a great idea. I really needed my own space. Amy convinced me to rent a small house near a park in the downtown area. I had heard that this part of town had a higher crime rate, but I was willing to overlook that to start our life together. It might turn out to be okay, I thought. We settled into a one-bedroom, two-bathroom house close to her workplace since I could work from anywhere. We lived there with my cat, Charlene, whom I adored deeply. Years passed, and now we had a son who was almost a year old, and something odd was happening. I found myself taking care of him all night, every night, with no help at all. During the day, it was the same since Amy was at work. My work began to suffer because I was getting no sleep. Amy would get home around 10 p.m., utterly exhausted, and fall asleep immediately, leaving me alone with our son. One day, something important came up, and I had to visit her at work, but when I arrived, she wasn't there. Her manager informed me she wasn't scheduled to work that day, which puzzled me. It was odd that she had left for work but didn't actually go. I let it go that time. That night, I asked her how her day was, and she said it was fine. She was definitely hiding something from me, but I decided to let it go for now, thinking she would eventually slip up. This pattern continued for a few weeks. She would leave for work, not actually be at work, and come home late. Eventually, I confronted her, needing to know the truth about where she was going. I knew I had to take action. When I confronted her, Amy became very angry, accusing me of spying on her. I explained that I had gone to her workplace because I needed to show her something urgent, but found out she wasn't there. Her manager unwittingly revealed her absence. Instead of addressing the issue, she turned her anger towards me, upset that I had discovered her deceit by accident. Eventually, she admitted she was seeing someone else. Despite the shock, I told her I forgave her, but then she said she was leaving and taking our son with her. I was too drained to be angry. I was just deeply sad that she was leaving, and I felt powerless to stop her. But what really shook me was that she took Charlene, my cat. I searched everywhere for hours before I found a note stating she had taken Charlene and planned to abandon her by the roadside. This act felt like the epitome of cruelty. How could someone who had shared a life with you, had a child with you, betray you like this, and then cruelly take away a beloved pet? Taking Charlene was the most heartbreaking thing she could have done to me. I never saw Charlene again, and later, Amy hit me with a demand for child support. This story doesn't end well. There's no redemption here. All that's left is a deep sense of dread as you ponder the fate of a man who ended up losing everything, even his cherished cat. I had been dating this girl, Anna, for quite a while, and we were close to getting engaged. I really believed she was the one for me, but it turned out that she wasn't the right person, nor was she stable enough to share a home with me. Our story began after we had already been living together for about 5 years. We both had stable jobs, a strong relationship, and spent plenty of time together. Her name was Anna. She was not very tall, had blonde hair, and sometimes had a quick temper, although she was working on controlling it. I was more even-tempered, and she often joked that someday a woman would take advantage of me because of it. Perhaps she was right, but it still felt harsh when she said things like that. One day, Anna went to work, and her boss asked her to do a task. She argued that it wasn't part of her job responsibilities, although it seemed like it might have been. She was fired for refusing to do the task, and I can't quite recall what it was, because what happened next was far more significant. Losing her job meant we lost half our income. Things had been going well before, but now we had to cut back, and I think she felt responsible for our troubles. To help out, I returned my car to the bank so that she could keep hers to find a new job. Meanwhile, I started taking the bus to work. Eventually, I bought an older car, but no matter what I said, Anna still felt guilty. Anna took her job loss really hard and began to sink into a deep depression. Finding another job in our area was tough, but I did my best to support her. However, she eventually gave up trying. One day, I noticed Anna was acting strangely, and she admitted to using meth. I was furious, and I think my reaction was justified. I didn't want drugs in our house. I asked her where she got it, and she told me a former coworker had given it to her but claimed she wouldn't use it again. That turned out to be a lie. She started using regularly. Soon, I realized that items around our house were disappearing. She was selling our belongings to fund her addiction. She had become dependent on the drug, and I couldn't just stand by and watch her destroy herself. I felt I had no choice but to give her an ultimatum: stop using drugs, or our relationship was over. Anna needed to go. She left our home for several months, and after that, she would come and go, unpredictably. One day around 5 p.m., Anna returned home and told me she had quit using drugs. I was relieved and welcomed her back with open arms. However, Anna started to bring friends to our home who made me nervous because they were also recovering addicts. I kept quiet until their visits became too frequent. One night, I found them smoking in the garage. I confronted them and demanded they leave immediately. Things were spiraling out of control, and Anna's appearance was deteriorating. She developed dark circles under her eyes and sores on her skin from scratching at imaginary bugs. I couldn't understand why she turned to such a destructive path, and I feared she would never recover. I was terrified I had lost her forever. Everything came to a breaking point when a man showed up at our door looking for Anna. He claimed that she had stolen a stash of drugs from him after gaining his trust, and he was now searching for her. I told him Anna no longer lived with me and wasn't coming back. I believed he was threatening me, thinking I was lying, but I was just exhausted from all the chaos. Imagine how frightening it is to have a drug dealer show up at your door, angry and accusing you because of something someone else did. It was a nightmare. Staying in that house became impossible. I just couldn't bear it anymore. However, I had nowhere else to go. It took me a few months, but I started saving money to move out. Meanwhile, Anna continued her reckless lifestyle with her new friends, only returning to me when she needed shelter. I refused to let her stay. A few times, I found her hiding in our backyard, and I had to chase her away. She was smoking there, and I was adamant about not allowing that behavior around me. With a heavy heart, I finally moved out of that house and didn't tell anyone where I was going. I relocated to a smaller, more affordable house in a different town. Nowadays, I occasionally wonder about Anna. I hope she managed to turn her life around, but sometimes it's hard to believe that without seeing it. I hope she's okay and has found a better path, but wishing that requires a lot of optimism. Regardless of her current state, I sincerely wish her the best and hope she finds her way through the hardships. Out of all the girls I've gone out with who had unusual pets, this one wasn't as terrifying as the one with the spiders. Yes, I've told a couple of stories before. So, after my experience with the spider-loving girl, I decided to give Tinder another shot to find someone new. It didn't happen immediately, but eventually, I met two other girls who didn't have any peculiar pets. They were nice and all, but it seemed I wasn't exactly what they were looking for. You see, I'm the kind of guy you bring home and next thing you know, you're married and wondering how it all happened. In simpler terms, I'm just a very ordinary guy. I really can't help it. I'm not into exciting things. Anyway, both girls eventually left after they realized this, but I enjoyed the time we spent together. Sometime after that, I met Jenna. Her dating profile showed her with a snake. I almost swiped left, but decided to give her a chance. She couldn't possibly be worse than the spider girl, could she? Well, I was both wrong and right. Not as bad as Spider Girl, but still pretty challenging. After we met, Jenna had a big argument with her landlord and ended up getting evicted. I saw most of what happened. It wasn't her fault, really. The landlord was just unreasonable. I let Jenna move in with me, even though we had only known each other for a few weeks. I knew then, and I know now how crazy that sounds. Absolutely insane, right? Yes, insane. But I'm not a heartless person, and honestly, I didn't mind too much. When Jenna moved in with her snake, I thought I could handle it since it wasn't a spider. Honestly, snakes are the exact opposite of spiders. They don't have any legs. But I quickly found out that snakes are not only gross, but also quite sneaky. I had no idea what type of snake it was, but it seemed like it had something against me. Every chance it got, the snake would escape its cage and slither around my house until we found it, or it decided to go back because it was hungry. I told Jenna she needed to make sure this didn't keep happening. I had dealt with spiders before. I was not ready to start dealing with a loose snake. Just like I predicted, the snake escaped again. One night, I accidentally kicked it in the dark. I'm sure I didn't hurt it, but it decided to bite me really hard. Jenna said, "Sorry," and put the snake back, this time weighing down the lid with a big rock. She cleaned my bite too, insisting it was to prevent infection. Despite that, the snake kept finding ways out because Jenna often forgot to secure it. I got bitten several times after accidentally stepping on it in the dark. Eventually, I told Jenna she had to leave. I wasn't going to argue about the snake anymore. I wanted both of them out. Jenna had started to slack off and was becoming quite difficult to live with, so it felt like the right time for them to go. For the 2 months while she was looking for a new place, the snake didn't escape once. That felt oddly coincidental. After Jenna moved out, things went back to normal. I have more stories about pets from my dates, but none as memorable as the snake and spider incidents. I've met many girls on Tinder, and among those who had pets, I can say I much prefer cats, or maybe a rabbit. Sure, rabbits smell bad, but at least they don't sneak up and bite you in the middle of the night, nor do they have countless tiny babies that invade your space.